And it's good to see people out in the audience this evening. So welcome. We're enjoying having you. And what I would like to do is ask Livia to lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Livia. I would like to, before I call the consent agenda or the mayor's report, what I would like to do is let you all know I'm going to call an item out of order. So after the consent agenda, I'll go through 3 proclamations and an award. I would like to hold off on number 5, which is the budget, until we hear number 7 under Community Development Department, which is the rezoning that's coming up tonight. I have a feeling that that's what most of you are here for. So I would like to move that up so that we don't keep you out all night. But thank you all for coming out. So the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. And I will apologize to everyone again this evening. We've got these plexiglass things between us, which are keeping us from breathing on each other. However, they kind of create the 3-way mirror in a dressing room where it's a little confusing on what you're looking at, and I'm missing hands in the air, so I apologize. The next item is a proclamation for Historic Preservation Month. Whereas the National Trust for Historic Preservation has designated the month of May as Preservation Month, and whereas Preservation Month is now observed throughout the nation, and whereas the original Roswell zoning map of 1971 included a historic overlay to safeguard the heritage of Roswell by preserving the city's historic and architecturally worthy properties, areas, buildings, structures, monuments, streetscapes, squares, and neighborhoods, and will observe a 50th anniversary in 2021. And whereas Bullock Hall was the first property in the city of Roswell to be entered into the National Register of Historic Places on May 27th of 1971, and will observe a 50th anniversary of this listing in 2021. Whereas Barrington Hall was entered into the National Register of Historic Places on December 9th, 1971, and will observe a 50th anniversary of this listing in 2021. And whereas the original Roswell Historic Preservation Commission was established on February 20th, 1978, to utilize its imagination, energies, resources, and powers to preserve and protect the historical image, sites, and structures of the city of Roswell entrusted to the commission. The interests of the city of Roswell and the public welfare are present and future generations demanding it. And whereas the current Roswell Historic District and Historic Preservation Commission were organized and established on May 16th of 1988, and whereas the Methodist Cemetery was listed on the National Register of Historic Places on April 2nd of 2021, which is the 5th historic resource in the city of Roswell to receive this federal recognition. Now, therefore, I, Lori Henry, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim May 2021 as Historic Preservation Month in the City of Roswell, and urge all citizens to celebrate Historic Preservation Month and to support the efforts to promote our historic district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I just wanted to say something really quick. I won't keep you. I know you have a big agenda tonight. Preservation Week was started in 1973 by President Richard Nixon. Became Preservation Month in 2005. It's celebrated by the National Trust for Historic Preservation and many cities and states across the country. A little bit about the National Register of Historic Places. We now have 5 resources on the National Register. It was established in 1966, and it has more than 96,000 resources across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone here from the HPC, current or former board members? Yes, would you please come forward? We'd love to have a picture with you.
Can we get some more people on this side? Okay, ready? There we go. Thank you.
Is a proclamation honoring Judy Muir. And I am so proud and honored to be reading this evening and delivering this proclamation. Whereas in 1988, the Roswell Historic Preservation Commission was created, and whereas in 1998, Judy Muir was appointed to the Roswell Historic Preservation Commission, and whereas Mrs. Muir was elected to the vice chair and chair leadership positions on the Historic Preservation Commission and also served on the Unified Development Code Design Guidelines Committee and the Historic District Master Plan Committee. And whereas during Ms. Muir's tenure on the Historic Preservation Commission, she attended over 200 public meetings of the Historic Preservation Commission, and whereas the Historic Preservation Commission reviewed more than 1,350 certificates of appropriateness applications during Mrs. Muir's tenure. And whereas Mrs. Muir retired from the I hope she returns, retired from the Historic Preservation Commission in July of 2020 after faithfully serving in this volunteer capacity for 22 years. And whereas Mrs. Muir has been a key figure in the historic preservation in Roswell, and whereas May is National Historic Preservation Month, which is an ideal time to recognize and honor Mrs. Muir for her devotion and dedication to the preservation of the city's architectural heritage. Now, therefore, I, Lori Henry, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim and ask all of our citizens to join in honoring and recognizing Judy Muir for her dedication, service, and contributions to the Roswell Historic District and the preservation of the history of Roswell. Please stand and applaud Ms. Judy Muir. And we would love to get a picture again, so please come back up.
Ready? Thank you.
Public Works Week 2021. Whereas the National Public Works Week theme for 2021 is Stronger Together, encouraging public works staff and citizens to think about the role public works plays in creating a great place to live. And whereas by working together, the impact citizens and public works professionals can have on our communities is magnified, and the result in the ability to accomplish goals once thought unattainable. And whereas Public Works helps maintain a community's strength by working together to provide an infrastructure of services and transportation, water, wastewater, and stormwater treatment, public buildings and spaces, parks and grounds, emergency management and first response, solid waste, and right-of-way management. Public Works provides togetherness needed for all collaboration with all of the stakeholders in capital projects, infrastructure solutions, and quality of life services. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these services would not be available without the efforts and skills of qualified and dedicated staff. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens and civic leaders in the city of Roswell to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs and projects in our community. And now, therefore, I, Lori Henry, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the week of May 16th through the 22nd as National Public Works Week in the City of Roswell, and ask that all citizens pay tribute to our public works professionals and recognizing their contributions to protect the health, safety, and quality of life in the City of Roswell. Mr. Skalski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and members of the public. It's a privilege to be here because my department happens to include the words Public Works, but our theme this year is Stronger Together, and no time in my career has it been more important than that's been the case than the past year. Representatives from transportation, building operations, and environmental public works typically celebrate this week. But the past year, literally every department in this city has worked really hard together, and it's been an incredible privilege to see that in action. So we appreciate you recognizing us, and we'll be doing some nice things for our public works staff throughout the week. Thank you very much for y'all's support.
Thank you, Mr. Skalski. So let's hear it for Public Works. And I would like to thank all of our public works professionals, and I've said this many times before, and I'll say it many times more. When we think of our frontline workers, we naturally think of our first responders, and as we should. But also, please remember that the folks that are picking up your garbage every day during a pandemic, that are repairing traffic lights, that are filling potholes, are also first-line workers. So we thank the professionals of Public Works and Environmental. We truly do appreciate it. The next item we've got on the agenda is the recognition of the City of Roswell receiving the National Procurement Institute, NPI, Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award of 2020. Mr. Luckett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here this evening to recognize the efforts of our procurement division within the Finance Department and their commitment to achieving excellence on behalf of the city. The city has received the National Procurement Institute's Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. This award recognizes public and nonprofit organizations that demonstrate innovation, professionalism, productivity, and leadership in the procurement function. In order to continue to receive the award each year, the city must demonstrate continued organizational improvement based upon the various criteria. The city has received this award for 16 consecutive years and is one of only 11 organizations in Georgia and 69 cities in the U.S. and Canada to receive it. I'd like to thank the Mayor, Council, and our City Administrator for your support. And I'd also like to recognize our procurement staff that are here with us this evening and ask them to stand at this time. We have Greg Anderson is the Purchasing Manager. Olivia Taylor is a Buyer 1. Jordan Rogers is a Buyer 1. And John Henderson came out of retirement a little over a year ago to join our team as a Buyer 3. And just a little tidbit of information, John was actually the Purchasing Manager here at the City of Roswell who first applied for this award 16 years ago. So we're glad to have him back on our team. So thank you.
All right, ready? Go. Thank you.
Before we move on to number 7, under community development, I would like to ask if we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Did I do that already? Great. Let's do it twice. Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Item number 7, approval of rezoning request RZ 20205110-11370 Crabapple Road, rezone from RS 30 to Civic, Roswell Community Masjid LLC. This item was deferred by request of staff at the April 12th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting in order to correct a sign location issue. And it'll be presented by Jackie Dybel, Planning and Zoning Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have a rezoning request, 2020-5110, Roswell Community Massage, 11370 Crabapple Road. The request is to rezone the property from RS 30 single-family estate to civic and institutional for the purpose of constructing a new place of worship. Some background here, this item was submitted on December 7th of 2020. It had a neighborhood meeting on January 14th, 2021, Planning Commission on March 16th, 2021, Mayor and Council on April 12th, 2021 was deferred, so we are here tonight on May 10th. This is the aerial of the property. As you can see, it's a couple of parcels, one on Chafin, one larger piece at 11370 Crabapple Road. The property is zoned residential. You can see surrounded, the gray color is civic zoning. The future development map shows this as suburban residential. The original site plan that was submitted with this, Site Plan A, is listed as Option A. Site Plan A information, this is the plan that was seen at the Planning Commission meeting. They had 3 buildings at 51,200 square feet. Youth building was 58 feet from Chafin Road. The Prayer Hall building was 33 feet from Chafin and 54 feet from Crabapple. The admin and adult building is located 30 feet from Crabapple Road, with the dry pond located along Chafin Road. At the Planning Commission meeting, one of the recommendations from the Planning Commission's recommendation approval was a condition to move the buildings further back for more character in the area. So Site Plan B was submitted after the Planning Commission meeting. This contains 3 buildings at 48,000 square feet. A youth building is 93 feet from Chafin Road. So that's the building on the on Chafin Road side. The Prayer Hall building is 87 feet from Chafin and 94 feet back from Crabapple. So that's the building in the middle, behind the dry pond. The admin and adult building is 107 feet from Crabapple Road. So that's the piece, that's the building you can see there on Crabapple. And the dry pond is located at the basically at the intersection of Chafin Road and Crabapple Road. So you can take a look at that where it says Dry Pond 1. It is located at the intersection of Crabapple and Chafin. Here's a little summary table to show you the difference between the 2 plans, Site Plan A and Site Plan B. As stated, the square footage was 51,200 in A with 48,000 Site Plan B, so it's gone down by a couple thousand square feet. The youth building had been moved back. Originally it was 58 feet, it's now at 93. The Prayer Hall building was 33 and 54 feet. It is now at 87 feet from Chafin and 94 feet from Crabapple. And the admin adult building was 30 feet from Crabapple and it is now 107 feet from Crabapple Road. The dry pond location was originally just on Chafin and is now on Chafin and Crabapple intersection. The site area is 5.44 acres. Here's a map showing the civic properties that are currently out there in the city at this point in time. During the Planning Commission meeting, the distance requirements came up, as how far back things came. So we took a look at the areas that were on this map to other civic locations, civic schools, and everything else. So we have some here for you. The Roswell Assembly of God on Crabapple Road is 175 feet from Crabapple and 85 feet from Hembry. The Unitarian Metro Atlanta is 100 feet from Crabapple with 140 feet from Chafin. The Fast Academy School, which is across the street, 110 from Crabapple and 110 from Strickland. Lebanon Baptist, which is surrounding the property on 2 sides, is 585 feet from Crabapple and 510 from Chafin. The Northbrook United is 95 feet from Crabapple. The Primrose School, which is down the road, 175 feet from Crabapple and 45 feet from Rome Drive. St. Mary's, this existing building is 90 feet from House and 120 from Hembry. This church received approval back in 2020 for new buildings along House Road, or actually along Hembry, and their buildings were going to match what was the 90 feet there. The Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions at their meeting to have additional landscaping along Chafin and Crabapple, to provide landscaping along the parking lot areas that abut other properties, to align the driveway number 1 onto Crabapple Road with the existing driveway serving the Fast Charter School, The owner-developer shall construct a northbound left turn lane, 225 feet long, into their site driveway. Or 3B, the owner-developer shall provide to the city an operational analysis of multiple intersections along Crabapple, confirming their position that overall traffic operations along Crabapple will be degraded by aligning the driveway with the fast charter school. And then this analysis shall be submitted to the Roswell DOT. Number 4, the owner-developer shall construct a southbound left turn lane onto Strickland. If condition 4A is constructed, the left turn lane shall be built back-to-back with the left turn lane with standard tapers creating and separating the new lanes. Number 5, the owner-developer shall contribute $5,000 toward a future traffic signal at the intersection of Crabapple and Chafin. And number 6, the owner-developer shall rework the site plan to reflect buildings that are set further back from the street and reflect the character of the neighborhood. As I stated earlier, this was the condition that had the applicant revise the site plan and show you option B. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. The owner-developer, so we have a 1A or 1B. 1A is related to site plan option A, and 1B is related to site plan option B. So 1A, the owner-developer shall develop the property in substantial accordance with the site plan submitted on 3/25/2021 labeled as option A. The square footages are not guaranteed as reduction may be required due to staff comments during the development process. Or 1B, the owner-developer to develop the site plan in accordance with the site plan dated 3/31/2021 labeled option B. Square footages are not guaranteed as reduction may be required due to staff comments during the development process. Number 2, the owner-developer to provide additional landscaping along Chafin and Crabapple Roads to enhance the streetscape and screen the buildings. The plant shall be approved by the Design Review Board. Number 3, the owner-developer shall provide landscaping along the parking lot areas that abut other properties to be approved by the Design Review Board. 4A or 4B, these are the transportation conditions. The owner-developer shall align the driveway, number 1, onto Crabapple Road with the existing driveway into serving the fast charter school. And they shall construct a northbound left turn lane, 225 feet long, into site driveway number 1. Or 4B, the owner-developer shall provide to the city an operational analysis of multiple intersections along Crabapple Road, confirming that the position that the overall operations along Crabapple will be degraded by aligning the driveway 1 with the existing driveway serving fast. And then this analysis shall be submitted to the Department of Transportation prior to the submittal of the LDP. Number 5, the owner-developer shall construct a southbound left turn lane onto Strickland Road. If condition 4A is constructed, this left turn lane shall be built back-to-back with the left turn lane with standard tapers creating and separating the new lanes. Number 6, the owner-developer shall contribute $5,000 towards future traffic signal at the intersection of Crabapple and Chafin. Payment shall be made to the city prior to the submittal of the LDP. And number 7, a combination plat for all properties must be approved and recorded prior to the submittal of any permits. Do you have any questions for staff?
Does council have any questions? Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Dybel, were all of the Planning Commission except number 6 conditions rolled into the staff conditions?
So these were the staff conditions originally prior to the Planning Commission meeting, except for condition number 7 and condition number 1B. So the Planning Commission took staff's conditions and then they added the condition, which in turn allowed for, had the applicant revise the site plan.
So basically, these are coinciding with Planning Commissions.
Correct.
Thank you.
Additional questions for staff? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Ms. Dybel, I have a question, and it just wasn't clear to me. You and your staff are certainly most experienced with the site plans. It seemed to me that the way the sidewalks were on here, it just seemed different than other plans I'd seen. Was that standard in following staff guidelines and best practices with the way that the sidewalks were incorporated in applicant property compared to city right-of-way? Was there anything different there, or is that typical?
Give me a second. Will you pull the plan, please? So the applicant is showing sidewalk along both frontages to meet the requirements, and I believe transportation is here in case I have indicated that incorrectly, but they do show the sidewalk within the right-of-way along both Chafin and Crabapple Road.
Okay, and I definitely did say that they were included. I just wasn't sure how much of them was on the right-of-way compared to the, inside the property, and if that makes a difference for the different calculations that staff requires.
I believe transportation has signed off on this and has made sure that the sidewalk is there and meets the requirements that they need. If so, I believe transportation could come up and finalize the answer for me.
Good evening. I'm going to refer you to packet page 82. These are staff notes. The reason why we did not require a condition for sidewalk is we repeated the city code requirement on page 82. I'm going to read from Transportation B, the requirement, construct along the entire Crabapple frontage, 10-foot wide concrete path with minimum 2-foot grass strip in accordance to City of Roswell Hub and Spoke network. Construct along Chafin Road frontage, 6 feet wide concrete path installed no closer than 2 feet from the back of curb.
And that's been fully met within this plan?
My understanding is if that width is not provided on the site plan, the applicant understands the city code requirement. I would recommend you ask them during their presentation whether this site plan reflects that.
Okay, thank you, because it's my understanding, Ms. Dybel, that the reason it's potential, or my thought process is the reason it's potentially relevant is because if it's not fully met within the site plan, does that adjust different open space requirements and other requirements within the site plan?
So the sidewalk in the right-of-way would not be counted as part of the open space because the open space requirements are within the property themselves.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and a question again for Mr. Del Ross while you were there, and the site plan map is up here. Could you please walk us through, just pointing out on the map, the turn lanes and the new alignments and kind of the reasonings and thought process behind those requests?
I'll use the clicker for the audience in case you can't see it, but transportation conditions very quickly. We are asking to take this driveway on Crabapple Road at the southern property line, and we are asking it to realign it with the existing fast charter school driveway by shifting this driveway, as shown on the screen to the audience, to approximately here. We are also asking for for a southbound left turn lane onto Strickland. That is shown on their submittal to staff, but is not shown on the screen. It's south of this boundary. My understanding from the applicant is that's something that they had planned on doing anyway, and that's not something that they object to. We are also asking for a financial contribution to a new traffic signal at Crabapple and Chafin, intersection at the top right of your map. That is something, as I've described with residents, Crabapple Chafin is a very congested intersection today. It is close to meeting traffic signal warrants. It is, along with several other intersections in the city, close to being a recommendation from staff for you to install a traffic signal at some point. That is the methodology. That is the reasoning why, as part of this application, we asked for that contribution. Due to us living in a growing metropolitan area, it is very likely that staff will be coming to you with that recommendation to install a traffic signal at that intersection in the next 2 to 5 years.
Additional questions from council? I'd like to hear from the applicant. Will the applicant please come forward?
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, council members. My name is Maher Boudir. I live at 915 Cranberry Trail in Roswell. I'm an environmental engineer by profession, served in the civil service for 32 years. I'm here to proudly represent Roswell Community Masjid. We are asking for the rezoning process, and as you all know, Roswell Community Masjid is a faith-based organization based here in Roswell. Been here a little over 12 years. We have supported local charities. We've become part of the fabric of the city of Roswell. As the staff mentioned earlier, this is an overview, a little bit of a zoom out of where the site is going to be. As you can tell, there's at least on 3 sides surrounded by civic use, and on the north side, it's half civic use, half residential. And this is, again, it points out to the property in the circle. This is the property that the subject property that we are asking for the rezoning for. As you all know, as far as the trees, RCM is fully committed, as we said in the application, for full replacement and compensation of all healthy trees removed. We actually located our green space area in a manner that optimizes and saves the most number of trees possible. In addition, we do completely plan to comply with the request from the staff to have a robust plan for landscaping along both sides of the property, on the east side and the north side, so that we can use as many of the trees as possible on site. RCM is aware that there are traffic issues in the area. It's not news to us. Obviously, we all deal with it every single morning, every single evening. The RCM impact on the traffic, as the study shows that was submitted, is minimal. And the main reason for that, I just want to share with you that the peak use hour for RCM is going to be in the midday on Friday, which is off of the peak hours of regular, the regular peak hours for the neighborhood or any area. So that's really the main reason there wasn't really any significant impact in the traffic study. We have, like I mentioned, we have developed a plan to mix green spaces and bioretention stormwater systems and so forth, and previous pavers, so that we have green areas to be used. Our goal is to try and build a sustainable site that has plenty of green space and that will be an asset to the neighborhood. Originally, we came up with this plan based on our interpretation of what the code requires. And after, and as you can see, Jackie went through the square footage and all what was in the plan. After listening to the Planning Commission and the recommendations, we responded immediately by submitting an alternative plan that does provide the access setbacks and set back the building some more and adjust the building footprints, so that we are addressing all the issues that came up in the Planning Commission, in planning meeting. So this was the condition, the unique condition that came out of the Planning Commission meeting, that we shall rework the site plan to reflect the building and set the buildings further back from the street to reflect the character of the neighborhoods. And this is what Plan B does in terms of setback of Crabapple. Fulton Science Academy is approximately 90 feet, like was mentioned earlier. Northbrook United Methodist is approximately 90 feet. And then the RCM application, alternative B, goes for 94-foot setback. In terms of the mass of the building, the footprint for each of the buildings in the charter school is 14,000 square feet and 10,000 square feet. Northbrook United Methodist is 21,000 square feet and 10,000 square feet, and a third building of 6,500 square feet. And the proposed alternative B, each of the building is going to be 8,000 square feet, significantly less than any of the neighboring properties in terms of mass. I know that the site map shows 16,000 square feet. That's two-story buildings, and that's how we came up with the 8,000 square foot of each of the buildings. In terms of density, most recently approved St. Mary's Coptic Orthodox Church was approved for an expansion of 48,000 square feet on 4.03 acres. Our application asked for 48,000 square feet in alternative B on 5.44 acres. So we believe that this density is more than reasonable, and it's actually less than what the site can take. So looking ahead, our impact will continue its positive track, and our vision will continue to extend its roots to all that pleases God and His creation. Our new home will be part of Roswell, and we are proud of that. And our new home will be a center of the Southern hospitality and a cornerstone of the network organizations bringing hope and support to our community and our fellow citizens. We recognize that the zoning is only one step. We are fully committed to continue to engage all stakeholders moving forward during the application process for permits, as well as the Planning Commission and the Design Review Board. RCM is in the business of doing good, and we plan to continue to do that regardless of where we are located. We respectfully ask the Roswell City Mayor and Council to approve the zoning application as recommended by staff, the Planning Commission, as well as the Design Review Board. Thank you so much. We're available for questions.
Council have any questions for the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Seeing staff's recommendations, do you accept staff recommendations as they were written in the previous presentation by Ms. Dybel?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. What will be the design, the look and feel of the side of the building facing the two roads?
Right. I cannot tell you that, sir, and to be very honest, because we haven't designed it. But I can tell you what our principles in going forward to design it. You know, we completely believe in engaging the stakeholders and the people in our community, you know, the congregation who is going to be paying for the design, as well as the city and Design Review Board and yourselves in the process. So you know, it's going to be a genuine process. It's going to be take a full year really to come up with something. But part of our criteria is to make sure that it fits in the neighborhood. We do not plan to bring something that looks like completely out of character or even using materials that are not suitable. We want to use local. We want to use something that's ecologically sustainable. Those are our criteria and what we set for ourselves. So if it doesn't satisfy, you know, being suitable with the neighborhood, if it's not sustainable, we would love to build the highest rated, you know, ecologically green building as a faith of worship in the region. And that's one of our goals. So this is what I can say. And you know, I'm being frank with you. We are not a developer who's here to bring, you know, put together a chart and say, this is what we're going to do. This is a process that's going to involve the community, including the stakeholders that are here today, including the Design Review Board.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. And I definitely have some questions. I do want to start out by mentioning something that I think you're probably already aware of, which is RCM is without a doubt one of the, I feel, the greatest contributors to our community in great community service, inclusiveness, and really just really model citizens for our community. And in fact, as many know, that actually of all the different debates that I've been to, I felt the best run, moderated, really delivered, et cetera, was actually in 2017 at the current RCM location. And again, just another great example of being involved in the community. So I certainly appreciate that, and definitely want to certainly be very supportive of really how we help achieve your goals of being the most environmentally friendly place of worship and continuing to be great neighbors. So I definitely appreciate the mission. And again, want to say thank you for all that you and the entire RCM does. What I want to stress tonight that I need to really focus on is really the impact of any zoning decision we make, and really the impact of the character of the existing area. And so you've brought up, what the goal is. You had just stated you want to make sure to really align with the character of the neighborhoods and keep with that. And I certainly appreciate that. That's an important necessity that we have within our zoning code and within our responsibility. And it's also important that basically at the point of a rezoning is when there's really the opportunity to ensure that just really to ensure what's going to occur and what isn't. So that's my thought process in there. There's no question in my mind that you'd want to be a great neighbor, but at the end of the day, if I am going to support a rezoning, I need to make sure that it's done in a way that does really keep with the character of the neighborhood areas, because you have Crabapple, but then you also have Chafin Road, and Chafin Road is probably one of our most residential neighborhoods and streets that we have in all of Roswell. And I certainly feel I have an obligation to make sure I'm protecting that character and making sure that any changes to zoning, because residents move in with an expectation of here's what's zoned, here's what they expect. So if something's going to change, that's something that we need to make sure that we're giving a lot of thought to. And so another thing that I want to point out is I thought you've done a great job of doing your homework. You've studied and looked at the existing area right there. And then also you've mentioned some previous rezonings that rezonings or just zoning type hearings that have occurred. One thing that I will bring up is that in the city, when we typically when we reference kind of the quote unquote density, it's typically looking at per acre. And so although the proposal, one of the proposals I saw here did have lower building square footage, not square footage of stories, but footprint, then the two nearby civic properties, from a building coverage percentage, it was the largest with. So Lebanon Baptist Church, although they have a bigger building coverage, it's on a much bigger property, so much more green space. So I do want to bring that to attention, that as we think about this, really making sure that in that area, we need to really make sure to really protect the character of the neighborhoods on Chafin Road in the more residential area. So with that, a couple of my comments are, certainly, I appreciate the fact that from the Planning Commission's feedback, you went back and came up with that Plan B, which did have the further back setbacks and did have some just really smaller impacts. So I think that was definitely an important step, which I appreciate. I'd say, I guess you've kind of already covered it with Councilman Judy's question, but everything I've learned from RDOT over the last multiple years is that for intersections, anytime there's an in and out, it's always crucial to really make a T and not different entrances and exits. So that, and I did see that as one of staff's suggested conditions, which you said supported. But another thing too that we don't need to get into it this second, but something I definitely want to cover is more specifics on Chafin Road. And so there's the mention of landscaping in the condition. I want to discuss that more and make sure that's a little more specific on how do we make sure that Chafin Road continues to have that amazing residential feel that it has today. And then, so I guess really right now the part I do want to discuss with you is uses. So Civic has a number of different uses, And I really want to just understand what your goals are, because I'd say, knowing that Chafin is such a residential area, there's certainly some uses that I support, and there's some uses that I'm concerned could negatively impact the residential area on Chafin Road. So could you kind of walk me through really the uses on kind of the reasons why you have the goal of applying for Civic?
Sure. First of all, Councilmember, I want to thank you for your kind words, and I really appreciate it. We did enjoy having you back then, and we'd love to have you in the future, and all of you are always invited. We have an open door, absolutely. I want to mention this about the uses, and I hope that sums up this, as well as maybe some other concerns or comments or questions. This is a place of worship, and we are not building this for me and the folks that are sitting here. We're building this for generations to come. As you know, as you all know, when you build a place of worship, you are thinking about people who are going to inherit it and use it for years to come. And we actually dubbed the project Vision 99 for 99 years, for several generations to come. We don't envision anything currently to do that is not being done in the neighboring churches. I don't know if that sums it up well enough. We do not plan to lease or rent or have, commercial providers come in and use our property. That is absolutely not in our plan, not our intention. This is a place of service. It's dedicated for service. It's basically an endowment towards service, and it should not be abused and used commercially. So this is part of our intentions, as well as our vision for this project. I know it's a little bit of a big picture answer, but honestly, that's where we are genuinely. I'm giving you a straightforward answer. We would love to preserve the freedom for the next generation to do whatever is traditionally done in a place of worship, whether it is having space for recreational for the kids to enjoy, or having a space for young professionals to come in and network. All these functions that normally happen at the church would be happening here.
And thank you for that candid answer, and I do appreciate that. And with it, I think that makes sense regarding a place of worship and things done at a place of worship. What I'd point out, and something I certainly would want to walk through before I'd be supportive of any changes, is the actual uses within Civic, because we actually have a great example right there. So first off, as you can probably guess, the other Civic properties right there were approved long before I was on City Council, and I'm not sure that I would have or would not have approved them. I obviously don't know all the details that went into it, but we have the great example with actually a church turning into a school, and that's something that I think has really impacted the neighboring residential area on the opposite side of the road, and that's something that I certainly would have had concerns with and not approved the way it is. But it's something where, because it's Fulton County, we did not have any opportunity to weigh in. But again, that's where anytime I ever do a rezoning, I want to make, or anytime I ever support a rezoning, I want to make sure that I'm absolutely walking through all the uses and making sure that it is something that does make sense. And keep in mind that there's always the ability at a future point in time, if there's a new interest, through a public process, the opportunity to add something. But again, I definitely want to make sure that we really are just if this council chooses to approve this, that it would just be approved as a place of worship, and not the many other uses. But again, that's something I'd love to discuss with council and with you as well tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, that's specifically what we're asking for. We don't envision us, obviously, to turn the place over to any school or any other civic use. That's not consistent with what we do.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councilmember Judy.
So to speed up the process a little bit, because we can talk around this all night, but I know where we're going with this, with the Civic property. we just approved down the street for the 615, 635 Hembry Road. And in our prohibited uses, we put in there prohibiting a school, private K through 12, prohibiting a daycare center except for church uses, obviously for the members, renting it out to a telecommunications tower. So some places could put rent it out to T-Mobile or AT&T and put a cell tower there. A college or university or adult care center with more than 4 aging adults. Based upon your comments and some of the comments from the neighbors, I don't think you would have a problem at this point with any of those prohibitions at this point.
I don't. Like I mentioned, our vision is for it to stay as a place of worship, to operate as a place of worship. Obviously, places of worship do deliver education. We don't deliver K-12 education,
right?
But we do deliver education. So I want to make sure we preserve that aspect of it.
Okay, we can clarify that. All right, because I know we're gonna get into specific uses and everything, and we can make this a lot longer, but listening to the neighbors, they said they have a school right across the street, have 2 schools right across the street from each other could be a nightmare. So, obviously, to clarify that and look at some of these other ones that we did approve for the other church down the street would be good to look at when we get to a final decision here. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you tell us a little bit more about the amphitheater that is shown in the, I'm not sure what quadrant of the property, but the amphitheater and...
So having the green space offered us the opportunity. As you all know, our current location, obviously, it's missing. It has 0 green space, and we're thirsty to have some. So one of the ideas that was thrown out was to have a space where, if you want to have a gathering outside, like outdoor classroom, you have some space for people to sit out in a circle and have a discussion or have a chat. That's really the purpose of it. It's not by any means, an amphitheater is probably a misterm for this. It's not the right term because it's not going to be the Verizon amphitheater by any means. This is a much smaller scale where you have 20 kids sit around and have a chat, or adults, they can sit outside and listen to some talk, outdoors. As we all know, in COVID-19, this is one of the things that helped us get more focused on the importance of outdoor space so that we are not always cooped into, air-conditioned spaces. And we have the opportunity, especially here in the beautiful state of Georgia, where we have the outdoors really year-round available to us pretty much in reasonable weather. So we're just trying to facilitate some spaces so that people can have the option to be outdoors when they choose to.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a follow-up. I walked the property with you in the fall, and
I appreciate that.
it's a beautiful property, and I was a little surprised when I saw the drawings of how large and how many buildings there were based on when we first met, and you were talking about a place of worship. So can you speak to just, I'm not talking from a mass and scale perspective at this point, but a use. These are big buildings. What, besides the place of worship, what are you going to be using the buildings for, and how did it change, or did this evolve since November? Can you just update us?
Absolutely, and I do appreciate you visiting the property in the early phase of the process when we were just developing the ideas of a master plan. We view this as a master plan, obviously. And we view this as, we definitely don't want to be in a position where we build something that's, equivalent to what we have now and come back to you saying, okay, well, we've outgrown it, or we need some spaces for more functions. Again, the functions, I'm not going to sit here and say I know exactly what is going to happen in every little corner because it hasn't been programmed. However, the functions are a place of worship, rooms for seminars, rooms for discussion, equivalent to Bible study, spaces for kids on the weekend, for the weekend school, or for after school activity, or some recreational spaces for kids, indoor recreational spaces for kids, space to hang out for adults as well as for kids, office, administrative offices, spaces for meetings, spaces for the discussion to facilitate interfaith discussions with other community leaders. So meeting spaces, seminar spaces, some classrooms, and administrative spaces, as well as circulation and the regular hangout spaces that you find in community type of projects. Really. Okay.
Additional questions for the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
I have some additional questions for the applicant, but first, question for staff. Does any of the uses described fall outside of place of worship use?
So the uses I just heard were meeting spaces, recreation outside or indoor, for students or for the classrooms. You had office space. All of that is what would be under a place of worship. Obviously, of course, place of worship as well, and service for meetings, anything like that, what they just said, yes, all works.
And then, so thank you. So moving on from that one. So I guess based on the conversation that you had with Councilman Judy and myself, it sounds like you would be supportive of a condition that was for this to be, for the one thing to be permitted being place of worship, and any other uses that are either limited or permitted change to conditional. Because basically what that would do is it would show place of worship is permitted, and then any of those other uses would be conditional, which means that's something that you'd have to actually request through a public process.
Yeah, that's consistent with our vision.
Okay, excellent. And then, so that was one question I had. Another question I had is, Ms. Dybel, if we could pull up the condition related to the landscape requirement. Because again, basically what I want to look at is the exact details around Chafin Road. As I mentioned, it's such a residential area. I want to make sure that is the character that continues. And I'm just concerned, this one seemed more vague than some ones I've seen in the past with Civic. So for example, it seemed more vague than St. Mary's, as well as more vague than the cottage school. So it basically just says additional landscaping. It does say to screen the buildings. And it does say approved by the DRB, because with St. Mary's, it was, we specifically said where, let me find it, shall be planted a double row of evergreen trees. Actually, right there it said as per the UDC, but it should have said, and then separately, and then it mentions in the next one, it mentions that these plants shall be approved by the design review board. So I guess that shows me more specification that it's certainly going to be anything besides residential is certainly going to be screened from Chafin Road. Is that something that you'd be supportive, or you'd have any concerns with?
We absolutely support it, and I'll tell you even a bonus for us in supporting that. Not only we want to do what's comfortable for the neighborhood, and we want to be consistent with what's in the neighborhood, but we also have, unfortunately, are having to remove some specimen trees, and we have a lot of compensation, and we would rather make use of the compensation in the neighborhood where the neighborhood is benefiting, rather than have it somewhere else.
Excellent. That's a great point, because the way our tree code works is either you replant them and it benefits right there, or you pay into a fund and they could be replanted anywhere in the city. So that makes sense. So that's a specification that I think if this council is considering approving this, that should be included. And then again, as you can tell, I'm very focused on Chafin Road. It's just such, the residential character there is I think really important to preserve. And that gets into signage on obviously this property that you've purchased borders both roads. And for me, it would certainly be important on the Chafin Road that there's, I guess, is your intention to have any signage or anything like that that's highlighting on the Chafin side, not asking about the Crabapple side?
We haven't thought through it honestly, but I'll tell you, from my experience, obviously the more important sign is going to be near the main entrance, which is going to be on Crabapple Road, to point out to highlight the entrance, if you will, wherever it ends up to be aligned with the fast or a little bit further south. That's going to be the main sign. If there's anything on Chafin Road, it would be, a tiny, it's not going to be a monument or anything large, something small just to indicate the entrance and highlight the entrance.
And with it, of course, we want every entrance to be safe in all those aspects, but definitely, I think this is something, and I of course want to discuss with council, but for me, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if there was no sign with anything looking other than residential right there, but we can think about what that looks like. And again, the reason is because you're of course, here and really just wanting to find a great win-win, both for RCM as well as the neighbors, as well as Roswell. And just the risk that we have to mitigate is the risk that, as you mentioned, this is a long-term project, and what if 10 years down the road, you're not the individual that's doing this, but it's someone different?
Yeah. Appreciate that. By the way, just, to mention, we have an old barn on the property, and we're looking into the possibility of reuse some of the material actually to have any monument, or something that is consistent with, kind of using the history of the site to continue to be there. So, if that can be useful in building a monument, a signed monument that is, reflective of the neighborhood and consistent with the site history, that we're more than willing to explore those options as well.
Excellent. And I think my last question at the moment, and I apologize, I realize I'm asking a lot of questions, but this is a very important decision for this council and this community, so I think it's really important that we thoughtfully and thoroughly just discuss this, because it obviously, any change always has long-term impact. So I saw there was a $5,000 something that you offered towards the street light, and I guess I'm just curious to hear your thoughts of if that's your preference, or the potential of instead of giving a dollar amount or anything like that. I think one opportunity to potentially relieve some of the traffic that would be created during your busy times is if there was a roundabout right there, which of course requires some right-of-way. And I'm just kind of curious to your thoughts of, instead of the $5,000 towards a light, if there was no money that you were giving, and instead just giving some right-of-way towards being able to build a roundabout. Curious to hear your thoughts around that.
Honestly, listen, the folks using the property from on this property are going to be the neighbor, in the neighborhood as well, and they're going to be beneficiaries of the best solution that our traffic folks will tell us, and the city traffic experts, of course. So we are more than willing to let the experts decide. We will work with them either way. We're comfortable, with trusting the experts. We know there's not going to be any magic bullet that's going to show up and the traffic is gone. The fact is, this is something we work with, and we always look for solutions to make it better for ourselves and the neighborhood, because we drive in this traffic just as well as anybody else.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for being here and for the presentation that you gave tonight. I also appreciate your involvement in the community and the many ways that you all have given back. And appreciate you opening the facility for the community during city campaigns, and also Earth Day tree plantings, and just a whole host of things that you do. And also appreciate the things that you've mentioned about preserving green space on the site and using local materials. One of the questions the question that I have is, can you give us a little bit more information on the development plan? I mean, are you planning to construct everything at once, or would it be, you know, a phased approach with one building now and capital campaigns going forward, or, you know, what might we expect?
Okay, excellent question. And part of our application was just a quick chart kind of showing an estimate of what we would be doing over the next 3 years. We anticipate this project will probably going to take us a little while to complete the design, because it's a community project, and design with a community project with so many stakeholders is going to take some time for the design and the permitting to take place. So, you know, we anticipate about a year of doing that, you know, the design and planning and fundraising as well. And within a year, you know, maybe a little bit sooner, we can have groundbreaking, hopefully. And once that is done, the intention is to go one phase. Honestly, I personally, I've been involved in many community projects and many commercial projects that phasing does nothing but waste money because you have overhead and you have expenses always, and you have mobilization expenses. So the most cost-effective way to build this in the long term for the benefit of the community is to build it all at once. That is our intention. That's our target, and we hope we can hit that target. And if that happens, you know, it's probably an 18 months build, you know, with some site work up front. So altogether, from now, we're hoping that everything works, and upon your approval, of course, and with working with all the stakeholders, a 3-year timeline to have the project completed would be reasonable, I think. That's our projection, our intention, and our desire at this point. But, you know, obviously, there's a lot of unknowns that can come up along the way, and if everything's in our control, that's what we'd like to do. That answer your question? Okay.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my question is more for staff. Going back to the amphitheater component of the project, what is the permitted outdoor sound or noise level, and specifically regarding speakers and amplifiers? Since, you know, again, back to the amphitheater component of the project.
Give us a minute. We're pulling up Unicode. Scroll down. You have to scroll down on that. So as you can see on the screen, we have the nuisance ordinance or the noise ordinance, which is in the city code for the residential area. So basically you're looking at the sound level limit, 7 a.m. for residential and public space institutional, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. you have a 70 decibel limit, and then from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. you have a 60 decibel limit. So technically that is basically from the sound that travels from this property to the property line of another residential or institutional property. So that's the limit. So you would have to take a measurement, which we do have. Code enforcement have those? Code enforcement does have those, and so does the police department. So if we should ever get any, if there's anything ever going on that's loud, noisy, and we ever get a call, then that's how code enforcement goes out and takes a look at the decibel limit.
Great, thank you.
Welcome. Yes, and then you also, sorry, you also asked about letter F on there, the no amplified sound and outdoor performance. So those are the code requirements that we have currently, and they're related to that. So that's what they'd have to adhere to in the city code. Okay? You're welcome.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Henry. I think Councilman Zapata raised a great question that I want to address as well. And again, as I think about such a residential area, I would have concerns with amplified sounds outside in the speakers. And actually, a big example is what I learned from staff. I always assumed Vickers was the most controversial latest rezoning hearing because that's when I had got involved and had my concerns. But staff educated me it was actually Fellowship Christian School was the most controversial in the latest night that Roswell ever had for a zoning hearing. And one of the things that was added there was the no amplified sound because that was a concern going into neighborhoods, et cetera. So I guess what are your thoughts on a condition that just you didn't have amplified sounds outside that could be traveling to the neighborhoods?
We have no plans, honestly, to have any amplified sounds outdoors. I mean, we do have a courtyard with all the buildings facing inward, but even with that, it really is not, we don't feel it's needed. And definitely being sensitive to the fact that, like you mentioned, this is one of the most residential streets. We have no intention to have amplified sound. Definitely not at the amphitheater, by the way. I mean, that's not the intention of it. The reason you set people in circles so you can have a nice quiet chat and enjoy the fresh air. We don't plan or we don't do concerts and anything. Definitely not late night. Not any time, frankly, during the day. So, you've seen our activities. You're familiar with it. It's really most about, quietness, services and so forth. But in terms of the amphitheater and the outdoor spaces, we have no problem, having the restriction of not having amplified sound outside.
Excellent. Thank you.
Additional comments, questions from council? Thank you, sir. You can have a seat, and you'll have time for a rebuttal after we hear from the audience. And I would like to let the members of the audience know we do have a time limit of 5 minutes. You will see that on the little buttons in front of the podium here, but also you'll see it up here on this wall. So I would like to ask you to limit it to 5 minutes. And it's just by raising your hand. So I'll call on you. Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Janet Russell. I thought I'd give you, since none of you were present in the last 30 years here, I'll give you a little precedent on what has been decided for places of worship in this city. Approximately 25 years ago, maybe more or less, the Roswell Presbyterian Church, ground zero in the historic district, built a new sanctuary. Their steeple exceeded the maximum height of a building in the city. They were given permission because they were a church. Second, the Roswell United Methodist Church, as we all know, RUMC on Mimosa in the heart of the historic district, wanted to expand, and they bought 2 little tiny historic homes next to it. You can't get more historic and residential than that. People objected. A couple was ready to file a lawsuit in the morning. The council approved it that night, and by 7:30 the next morning, before the couple could go down and file a lawsuit, the church bulldozed those houses down, so there was no recourse. Number 3, that was a Methodist church. We're the equal opportunity people here. St. Andrew's Catholic Church, built on Riverside Drive, was built in a floodplain. As we know from last year's floods, their basement flooded, but they were given permission because they were a church. As Mr. Palermo or Mr. Judy, I forget who just said this, about the Fellowship Christian School, there was a room here full of 500 neighbors, because that's a really neighborhood area. And it went on until all hours of the night because no one wanted that school there because of the lights for the football field and the sound from the football field. And they assured us at the time that they would only have 5 or 6 football games, but as it turns out, they rented their fields to other leagues to use them. But they were given permission also because they were a church. I think it's important to realize the historic precedents that have been set by this city to allow churches to build in historic and residential areas. Now, for those who are worried about a mosque being intrusive, I happen to be driving down Rucker Road where it merges into Old Milton Parkway going toward Alpharetta, and there is a mosque right there on the right-hand side as you go east. If you've never noticed it, I rest my case. It's unobtrusive, and you can't get more residential and expensive houses than Old Milton Parkway. So I think you need to keep all of those things in mind since none of you were here, but I was, and as you know, I have a very good memory.
Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Stevens. I live in Roswell, and I've lived in Roswell since 1996. So a proud member of, a residential member of Roswell. I'm also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Church on Crabapple Road at 11420, so they would be 11370, so we would be next door neighbors. And we have been neighbors for a while, so the good folks at RCM have partnered with our church for years to support the homeless community in North Fulton, the Family Promise. So we have worked together for years. Shaheen, who's right back there, has been my partner for years. We've worked together to help house the homeless, feed the homeless, and help those people who are experiencing episodic homeless in North Fulton. These folks are good neighbors, and when I heard they were buying the property next door to us, I was so grateful to have that because our children will play with their children. We will have community picnics. It will be awesome. We can't ask for better neighbors on Crabapple Road than the RCM. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thank you for meeting with us. I'm Carlin Grayson at 11320 Cranwood Cove. We just live 2 streets down from the proposed site, and I do want to preface this before I go into conditionings that I want to state on record. I do not want this rezoned as civic. I would prefer it stay residential as it is a very residential area. We did meet with the applicant in Holly Berry recently. Only 2 of the 9 board members came, which seemed in very poor faith when, just as you tonight have asked them questions, we aren't getting direct answers. They're unable to provide direct answers. They're speaking in ambiguous terms, which is concerning to the residents on that road, specifically on conditionings. Just because we can do something doesn't mean we should. It is residential now. We would really love for it to stay residential. Y'all have spoken on many points, from traffic to the fast school to there needs to be a traffic circle there. There's just a lot going on. There's a few main things that I do want to state. The size and square footage ratio should be closer to 25,000 square feet in mass and scale, not just that footprint that they kept speaking of. We do appreciate the meeting that the mayor set up with DOT to discuss that traffic signal, and I appreciate Mike Palermo bringing up the possibility of a traffic circle over a red light, which as a resident, without anything being done on this proposed site, we need something done at that intersection before anything's built there, even if nothing's built there and it stays residential. As an additional note, we just want to state that the noise conditions are very important regarding that amphitheater. Amphitheater in name means it's amplifying sound, so it's already of concern. And there are deceleration lanes that are already on Chafin that pull into Lebanon Baptist Church, and we would ask that that be conditioned in, that the applicant would agree to that, just for ease of their congregation to get into that site and for the residents in the area to be able to bypass that. Right now, there's a lot of U-turns right on Chafin. So that's really, trying to keep this in my 5 minutes. My main points, we do not want it rezoned. I know a lot of people here are in support of the Majid, and they are great people. I have no doubt, I've heard from many people that they're great people. I just do not believe this is the site that should be for them. There are other places in Roswell that would be more appropriate for civic use. Thank you.
Yes, sir, please come forward.
Mayor and Council, my name's Ray Crocker, 55 Chafin Road. You guys have covered a lot of the points I was going to hit on already. It sounds to me like the applicant's agreeable to some of the traffic concerns with lining up the driveways, potentially dedicating right-of-way for a roundabout at some point. Screening Chafin Road was one of my big points that I wanted to point out. One thing that hasn't really been drilled down on too deep is the density as it relates to the square footage of the site. So I would just like to point out that the square footage of Plan B is the one I'm focusing on at this point, is about 20% density of the site, where the largest density in the immediate area is about 12.16%, which is the fast school. Currently, the largest density, or the highest density in the immediate area. So, you know, what I would ask if council suggests approval is to reduce the maximum density to a maximum of 30,000 square feet, which would be a 12.47% building square footage to site square footage ratio. That's the condition that I think hasn't really been discussed in depth tonight, so that would be the one that I think I would suggest that we add to the condition list. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Judy Brown. I lived on this property for 25 years. My mom bought it 50 years ago, and it is a beautiful piece of property if you've never walked it. And I just wanted to say that, I live at 950 Wordsworth. I still live in Roswell. And, but my mom, we had to put her in assisted living. She's 95 years old. She's just up the street on Crabapple. And about 8 years ago, Lebanon Baptist Church came to us, you know, wanting to know if, when we sold it, that we would talk with them. And so for so long, our family thought, oh, that's great, you know, the church is going to take this property, if, you know, buy it, and it'll be just perfect, as we felt. That didn't work out, so we tried to sell it ourselves because we had to put our mother in the assisted living, and that didn't work out. The people that came to us that wanted to do the residential, you know, it was either too many, you know, houses or whatever. So we listed it with a real estate agent, and they brought the Roswell Community Mosque to us, and we were so excited because they told us our plans, how natural they keep the property, and how they pass it on from generation to generation. So I am for it, and I am very pleased that they are going to, you know, hopefully work something out with the city. And I just wanted to come tonight and present that, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes. Well, there are a bunch of you in one spot, so whoever gets up first, please come forward.
Mayor, Council. My name is Gus Haydorn, and I live in Pine Valley. I've gotten to know the folks at the Roswell Machine because they're in my neighborhood. And one thing that I've experienced there is an open door. They are not the only house of worship in my neighborhood, but they're the only one, to my knowledge, that have really been that, an open door to the community. I've been to several events there, potlucks, city council debates, Earth Day services. So, you know, what I can say as a neighbor, you know, I'll hate to see them leave my neighborhood because they have been an asset. I understand neighbors' concerns. I think they are right to raise concerns that will impact neighborhoods. But I don't think you could find a better neighbor, and I look forward to continuing a relationship based on my experience with folks at the machine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to point out, because our city clerk is going to have my hide if I don't, if each one of you that are speaking tonight fill out a comment card, if you don't do it beforehand, please do it after the fact, and you'll leave in the good graces of Marley Press. So I know that there were some other folks when I pointed back there, so whoever would like to come forward next, please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Harlan Grazer. I am an ex-president of Temple Beth Tikva, a synagogue located in Roswell on Coleman Road. I'm actually here substituting for our rabbi who was supposed to be here but who was called away at the last minute. So what I'd like to do, if I may, is read an email which she actually shared with all of you, which may not have gotten around, but I will read it to you as well as to my community neighbors. Dear Mayor Henry and members of the Roswell City Council, and this is from Rabbi Alexandria Shuval Weiner, Senior Rabbi of Temple Beth Tikva. Dear Mayor and Council, unfortunately, I am unable to attend the rescheduled hearing concerning the RCM request. Please accept my note in favor of RCM's rezoning request. As a member of Roswell's faith community and senior rabbi of Temple Beth Tikva, I am in support of our friends and neighbors at RCM in their request for rezoning the property at 11370 Crabapple for a new home for the Roswell Community Masjid. The RCM community is dedicated to fostering peace, tolerance, and mutual understanding with her neighbors. Our Temple Beth Tikva community has enjoyed multiple opportunities to break bread, talk, study, and engage in communal interfaith projects, justice work, and shared worship experiences. In October 2018, when a gunman entered and murdered multiple people at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, members of our TBT community found themselves traumatized by the horrific event, and many were frightened to come to the synagogue. Within hours of the news of the shooting, the leadership of RCM reached out with calls of support and words of comfort. More importantly, Imam Arshad and other leaders of the masjid came to our building to offer their physical and moral support. As frightened congregational members arrived for prayer for the first time after the incident, they were greeted by their rabbi standing shoulder to shoulder with RCM friends offering smiles and words of comfort. I am personally grateful for the presence of RCM in our Roswell community. RCM is a loving congregation which brings much blessing to our greater Roswell community, and I am confident that they will be a wonderful addition to the existing neighbors, schools, and houses of worship on Crabapple. Respectfully submitted, Alexandria Shuval Weiner, Senior Rabbi of Temple Beth Tikva in Roswell. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And who would like to come forward? Yes, please come forward. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Richard Grayson. I live on Cranwood Cove, a couple of streets down from the proposed property. I'm opposed to the rezoning of the property from residential to civic end use on the basis of several issues. One is, if I understand it correctly, the Roswell future development plan was for that to be suburban residential. And I believe at least one of the council members brought up the fact that people moving into a neighborhood have an expectation or make their decisions based on what they believe the density, usage, traffic flow, access to certain things is going to be. And I think this is a departure from that. And not sure why it's such a strong recommendation from the Planning Commission that, with that being part of the future development plan. The second is the traffic issues. The change of the church across the street to a school has wreaked havoc with the traffic in that area. And I think Ben Harrell, that lives down the road from us, did some videos. I think we have Roswell Police Station there to direct traffic because of the frequency of the drop-off pickup schedule there at the church and or the school now, and the requirement to take a right. They're coming down to Chafin and taking a left because they're forced to take a right there, making a U-turn, and then coming back to go southbound on Crabapple. I think the Department of Transportation had a number of concerns about that. And if this project were to go forward, we'd like to see a traffic circle put in place there to help the traffic flow. I think you mentioned that probably even if nothing's done, we're a couple of years away from needing to take some action at that intersection. The third is, as just a resident watching the proceedings tonight, it would seem it's a difficult decision for you guys to make on something being out of character or in character for the neighborhood. It is a very residential area. My family and I and our neighbors alike enjoy that residential look and feel of turning on to Chafin like you're entering a neighborhood. My concern is that in the neighborhood meetings, and again tonight, there's not been renderings or any type of drawings that would give you the look and feel of the property, and to help determine whether that's going to be in or out of character with the neighborhood atmosphere. We're not here to suggest that the people of RCM are not good people. They've had a number of people come up and attest to that. That's certainly not the basis of the opposition. It's based on the things that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nurjana Abdullah, and I live at 1080 Etris Manor Drive. And I've lived in Roswell for 10 years, and normally I have to drive past the property in order to get to the current RCM. And when I went home and I told my son, he's 6 years old, that RCM possibly may be moving right there, the first thing he said was, "Yes, I get to ride my bike to the masjid." And he was so happy about, it being so close. And I know that RCM's guiding principles are serving God, serving the congregation, and serving the community. And I'm here to attest that they have done that consistently since I joined the community. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I'm very involved in everything Roswell. I have coached the youth soccer through the rec center multiple times. I'm coaching it now. I've coached basketball. I'm also the co-leader of the Girl Scout troop 16581, and RCM has consistently provided a place for our troop to meet. They've given our troop opportunities to participate in different things such as the tree planting, cleaning up the Chattahoochee River. I mean, I could literally make a list of all the, you've heard it, of all the wonderful things that they provide. And I would like to tell also the neighbors who are concerned, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that RCM as a whole, they are very open. We listen at RCM. If there are concerns, they're gonna listen to you. I have never seen RCM do anything that is like, oh my, like controversial, you know? And I think that the concerns about the uphold, you know, how it's gonna look, we will listen. I know they will, I know. And I think it's important to know that it's gonna be a good thing. It's not gonna be a bad thing. It's gonna be good. We can work around with the traffic. I'm pretty sure everybody on the board, on the planning committee is gonna do everything possible to make sure everybody is happy, because it's in their principles, serving God, serving the congregation, and serving the community. And I believe that could happen. I'm in complete support, and I'm really hoping you guys pass it so me and my children can ride our bikes to the masjid. Thank you.
Are there additional people that would like to come forward? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Reverend Ryan Young. I am a pastor at Northbrook United Methodist Church right across the street. I am here in support of RCM. We have worked with them in a number of different areas supporting the community, whether it be North Fulton Community Charities or Family Promise. I have known Bassem and Imam Arshad for a while and know them to be very honest and wonderful people. And so I am in support of this rezoning. As a community member right there on Crabapple Road, I will say I understand some of the concerns that have been brought up. Traffic, when the Fulton Academy of Science and Technology is releasing, can be a bit of an issue, so maybe that is something that would have to be looked at. But I am in the office every day. I get there about 9, I leave about 4:30, and rarely have much of a problem with traffic. I don't know that the mosque will be that much of an addition to the traffic. As far as the look of the community, I know that the parcel of land it doesn't feel like it's that much of Chafin Road. And when you look at Crabapple, it's a fire station, a church, a daycare, a school, a church. I don't know that it's that residential a look coming down Crabapple. And Chafin, I know that the position is between Crabapple Road and Lebanon Baptist Church. So I don't know, I think that they will be faithful in what they do with the look of the area, but I don't know that it's going to impact the residential feel of Chafin Road that much. So as someone who is there every day, I support this. I support them knowing them, and as a community member, I look forward to them being part of our area.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Mayor, council members, I am the Reverend Dave Dunn, the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Metro Atlanta North Congregation, place we call Human. And we are just north, we will be just north of the property in question. We are at 11420 Crabapple Road. So when I was called to be the minister of Human in 2016, I moved here from Pennsylvania. The first things I tried to do was go to every community event possible to see who's who, what's going on. The first thing I went to was an Interfaith North Fulton Community Charities meeting. It was actually held at RCM. They were there, obviously. The next thing I went to a Family Promise meeting, which advocates for homeless families. RCM was there. It was 2016. I met elected officials, people I'd met for the first time moving from Pennsylvania, at RCM. And then there was the debate at RCM in 2017. Long story short, every community event I went to, RCM was there. They are present more than perhaps any other faith community, including our own. They show up. So we are catching up. We have at least a dozen of our members here. You got some work to do. They want the best for this community. I mean, I think you probably all know that. You've mentioned it. They want the best for this community. They are all in. And we are looking forward to continuing to partner with them, as we have in many of our ministries together. So it's been a joy to work with them, and we look forward in the future to do that. Please consider to approve this zoning variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
Mayor and council, I'm not real sure about following two preachers. I'm Barbara Duffy. I live in Hollyberry at 200 Hollyberry Drive, which is across the street from the site. And I used to work at North Fulton Community Charities and got very, very well acquainted with the congregation of RCM. They are good neighbors. I couldn't be more pleased that they are proposing to find larger space and continue what they do for Roswell and for their congregants. I certainly welcome them. I think they would truly fit well into the neighborhood, into the look of the neighborhood, and I encourage you to support the rezoning. They are good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, please come forward.
Mayor and City Council, I'm Dory Griggs. I live at 350 Bentgrass Drive, just around the corner from the proposed site. And I'm here, I'm a chaplain. I'm a chaplain at St. Joseph's Hospital, and some of you know with the fire department here. In that role, in those roles, RCM has been a tremendous asset. Most people don't know that chaplains provide a ministry of presence to people of all faiths or none at all. And as a Christian, I've had to call on my friends at RCM many times to help me with patients who are Muslim, with residents who are Muslim, and doesn't matter what time of day or night, they're there. I've participated at RCM with the Women's Interfaith Network, which is a really wonderful group that alternates sites in the three Abrahamic traditions. And RCM was instrumental in beginning that organization. They, as you all know, they've hosted the debates. They've hosted other community things. I was part of the first community emergency response team training, and Bassam was my table mate for our first class. And he told me he was there because they really wanted to be integrated into the community and give back to Roswell. And I think that speaks to their intentions. I know them to be people who are open to listening to the community and wanting to fit in and become an asset. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilman. My name is Ashley Dewar. I live at 11335 Cranwood Cove, which is just 2 streets over from the proposed rezoning site. I thank you all for your time here tonight. Along with my neighbors, I did meet with the applicant, and I'd just like to go on record first and say that I'm completely against the rezoning of the site to be outside of anything that is not suburban residential. I'm very, very concerned with the lack of thoroughness of the answers here tonight, just based off what these buildings are going to look like, and with the lands. I want specific landscaping proposed and shown. I am pleased to hear that the applicants seem to be very willing to talk to the community and work with the neighbors. What I haven't seen is action. I have met with them 3 different times. Plan A and Plan B were proposed to me. After each meeting, our concerns were given that, can we please see something on paper? Can you please show us what you're gonna do? Can you tell us anything? And everything was just very vague and very, well, yes, we can talk about that. Or yes, we'll see what we can do. If you're gonna come into a residential area, I would have expected that you would show up with something to convince the neighbors that we are coming here with open arms, we want to meet with you, we want to fit in. I haven't gotten that as far as the development process goes. If council decides to not uphold the current zoning, I would ask that you please condition the site to be consistent with the current civic buildings in the area, and to please enforce or please ask that they just respect my neighborhoods and the surrounding neighborhoods. And the reason that we moved into Roswell and on that street was to be surrounded by beautiful buildings and trees and the residential feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional folks? Yes, please come forward.
Mayor and council, thank you for listening to us this evening. My name is Beth King, and I've been a resident of Roswell for 34 years now. And as you might imagine, I've seen a great deal of evolution and change in that time. And I can tell you, living in a neighborhood also, that change and evolution is not always easy. I am here tonight in support of this change in rezoning. I've had the honor of being associated with the Majid for quite a while through the Women's Interfaith Network and the relationships I have developed with them. They are people of honesty, of faith, of engagement, as you have already heard over and over again. They have opened their arms over and over, and I will repeat what you've heard often, and you hear it often because it has happened often. These are people that you want as your neighbors. They are the best kind of neighbors. These are people that are thoughtful, considerate, engaged in their community. Because of what you have heard of all they have done in their community, is because that is one of their staples of their faith. Living into their faith is doing exactly that. Listening to their community, engaging in the community, making that community a better place to live, not just for them, for everyone. And I think the fabric of Roswell that I have seen in these 34 years that I have been here, as I have raised my children, I'm now raising my grandchildren here, I have seen what can be good for a community and what cannot. What they are doing is good for our community, good for all of us, to make the life in Roswell richer, to make it a value-based community for all to live in. They want what we all want in this community. We want a safe place for our children to raise our children. We want friends. We want a community of values and opportunities, and that's what they will add to our community as well. These are lovely, lovely people who any of us, I believe, could value as a neighbor, as a community of faith. And I will tell you, as a good Southern person, I would love to have them as my neighbor and would show up on the day they moved in with a bowl of potato salad and sweet iced tea, because that's what we do. Because I would welcome them into my realm of relationships. And I hope that you will find that they will add to the richness of this community. They would add value to each of our lives and add value to what we call home here. This affects us all in that in doing this, when there are people, prospective residents of Roswell, looking at the city, and they see how well something like this is done, that this will encourage them to be a part of this community as well. So I do hope very much that you will find that this is a good decision to make to approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Hello, councilmen and women and mayor. I am the current board chair at the Roswell Community Masjid. I'm also a resident at Arbor Creek, which is several streets down. Recently realized, though, my daughter can walk to the property when she went out one afternoon.
Could you please give us your name?
Oh, sorry, Sabina Boss.
Thank you.
And I live in Arbor Creek. And basically, we have done a lot in our lifetime where we wanted, me and my husband, to live in a community that was similar to where we were growing up in northern Alabama. And when we moved to Roswell about 10 years ago, it definitely delivered, and delivered beyond our imagination. Even the mosque that was here and the interfaith representation, it was very similar to the community I had in Alabama. And it's just so amazing, and everything that's been happening in the city is so amazing. So I do want to just state that. And this, we think, can continue to build those bonds and continue to grow this community in such a way that, you know, my daughter, now who's 14, was 4 when we first moved here, can really kind of, she has an opportunity to do something different in life and have some of these bonds that just will take her so far. So we're very appreciative, and we really hope that you can support this rezoning. And I also want to thank you for any support that was given tonight as well, and we will definitely work with any neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
I know most of you, but my name is Kelly Callan, and this is my daughter Presley Callan, who's 11 years old, and we live at 350 Wind Park Court, which is within a few miles of where we're talking about, but we've been members at the church that Reverend Dave mentioned tonight, the Unitarian Universalist of Metro Atlanta North. And the reason why Presley was so anxious to come with me tonight to sit through a meeting like this is, in addition to being part of a congregation like that, we also have an Earth ministry at our church. And as part of that Earth ministry, we have adopted that road. So Presley, in her short years, has spent a lot of time picking up garbage along that road. And I just mentioned to our friends and neighbors that are in here, you may notice that that corner in particular, and I'm so glad, I think it was Judy that whose family owned that corner. It is beautiful, and Presley and her brother, we have spent time on that corner grabbing all kinds of stuff so that we can make sure that all the critters and things that live on that corner aren't stumbling over bottles and such that are in there. But we want to point out that while if I was a neighbor in that area, I too would be here questioning, but that particular corner, and Judy, I'm sure over the years you guys have also, there is lots of room for improvement. Presley can tell you if we went up there tonight after having been there not too long ago, that there, for whatever reason, there's a great love for throwing litter on that corner. So with neighbors and the plans for the landscaping that they have go in there, in our opinion, after spending a lot of time cleaning up that section of the corner, we've got nowhere to go but up. So just wanted to share that and throw that out for the neighbors, that with the help of them coming in, whatever landscape plans that they have will be helped, and I'm sure they will be helping us clean up litter on that corner. So thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Norris, and I've been a homeowner in Roswell for 17 years. I live off Cranberry Creek in Roswell, and I attend one of the churches along this road. When I drive this road, I think about it as church road when I'm going to church, And I think the mosque would fit in so perfectly on this street. I think every time I turn around when I'm doing some nonprofit or charitable work with our church, the masjid is there. They're a part of our community in a way that I can't think of any other congregation or community being. They do such a good job of living their principles. It's something that I think all of us can hope to do better, because I see how they tangibly improve our community. They really, literally, by their presence, do good and make our community better. So I very much support this rezoning. And one of my fond memories of the debate, the city council debate that was there a few years ago, was I was there with my little one who had just recently learned how to walk. And she was so fussy. She did not want to be there. She was done. But somebody from the masjid came over to me, seeing that I was struggling with this baby on my lap who just wanted to be out and about. He came up to me and he asked me if I needed anything. I, demurred, and I was like, no, it's fine. And he came up and he said, look, we have a room that is specifically for kids to run around. Come with me, it's just around the corner, and you'll be closer to the stage. You'll be able to hear everything and see everything. She can run around, she can scream, she can do whatever she wants, and you can hear the debate and participate and be here. And throughout that night, he came out and checked on us and offered us water and offered us snacks and was just the best host I could ever have imagined, and a better host than anywhere else I had been with that squirmy baby. So I really, really, I can't imagine all the good that they'll do when they have this bigger space. Because one of the things that I think has slowed them down, although nothing seems to, is the fact that their current space is just little. And they need a bigger space. They need more space to do even more good. So I look forward to them continuing to live their principles in even bigger ways and improving our community in tangible, real ways that we'll see as they grow into this new space. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, please come forward.
Hello, good evening. My name is Mulham Shabib. I live in Roswell. I've lived in Roswell since 2013. I'd like to first thank, I'm really humbled, honestly, to see there's more non-Muslims here, people of the Christian faith and the Jewish faith, speaking up in regards to the rezoning. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'd like to say that my dad came to America in 1965. I was born in Maryland. I grew up in California. I went to college in Florida, undergrad, and I went to grad school in Virginia, and then I moved to Georgia. Over my life, I'd say I've probably been to over 100 mosques, prayed at 100 mosques throughout my life, and without a doubt, RCM is the best of the best. The leadership, just looking up in front of me right now, I see 9 people, I believe. RCM, their board is also 9 people. They have more females on their board than females I see in front of me right now. So that's just a small observation I'd like to say. They're very diverse in their leadership. It's very welcoming, and if they weren't so welcoming, we wouldn't probably see so many voices here, non-Muslims, speaking up in favor of this. I work 50 miles from where I live in Roswell, and I have 4 daughters, and I could have easily chosen to live somewhere else, less commute on myself, 50 miles, but RCM is so valuable, I decided to buy a home not too far from RCM, and this new proposed facility, I'd be maybe 3 miles or so from there. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, and we appreciate everyone that's here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Going once? Twice? I don't see any hands up. So I would like to ask the applicant to come forward again, and if you have anything that you would like to address that the public raised, this is your opportunity.
I really want to thank everybody who spoke on our behalf, and I do want to reach out to those who have concerns. Please be assured that we look at this as, if approved, it's one step in the process. We'd like everybody to be involved moving forward, if it's approved, in helping us design the place that can work for all of us.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this back to council. Is there anyone on council that has questions for the applicant or staff? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, thanks so much for all the residents who came here. All of you who has a concern, legitimate concerns, like any other of us who are residents of Roswell. So we hear those concerns, and also to all of you residents of Roswell who came to support the project. Thank you for being here tonight. So what I heard in terms of concern, which is, I was focusing what's the concern? What could be worked out? What could be clarified or specified more in detail? So I understood the traffic, but traffic is with or without this project. The intersection is already congested, so with or without this project, it's something the city have to work on this intersection. Second, the mass and scale of the project. I heard this concern that I don't know if through a really good, true landscaping could be minimized the impact to the outside of the mass and scale of the project. And the third thing that I heard from the residents who expressed their concern was the look and feel of the building facing the roads, the two roads that is going to be facing the buildings. So, I think that, if the applicant is willing to work with the community, the residents of the area on, I'm not saying traffic, because traffic is a bigger problem that, the city as a whole team have to tackle this problem. But in terms of the mass and scale, look and feel from the roads, and the look and feel of the building facing to the roads, if it's somehow that could be worked out, I think that that will be addressing the legitimate concern of the residents who, yes, without a specific plans, it's hard to imagine. I agree, and we all agree on that. Without details of the plan, it's hard to imagine. But if the applicant is willing to work with the entire surrounding area to come with something that is agreeable, then I think that will be something good for both the community who has the concern and this proposed project that seems to have support from many different angles in Roswell.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, sir. Absolutely, we're committed to work through the process with all stakeholders, with the design review board, with the neighbors, and make sure, at every stage of the design and the development process, that things are done so that everybody is aware what's coming, everybody has a say in the process, and we're committed to transparency in the whole process.
Additional comments from council? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So, again, you definitely should feel very proud, and your hard work's paying off in the sense of just so much you do for the community and so many great things that so many people had to say. And also want to address it, to Councilman Zapata's points, there are some legitimate concerns, and I think many of them in our previous discussion were addressed. But I guess one thing I just want to understand a little better is, because as I had mentioned at the beginning, and as a resident actually brought up as well, that whether you look at just the footprint of square footage per acre compared to the other civic properties right here, or you compare just the total square footage per acre, either way, it's certainly larger here. And so for knowing that you said you'd support just the only permitted use being, being place of worship, and you mentioned the other uses, which Ms. Dybel said is permitted under place of worship. I guess just help me understand the need for 3 two-story buildings that all total 16,000 square feet. That just, to me, that sounds a little big for the uses you described, but perhaps I'm missing something there.
Right. Appreciate the question, sir. As we all know, these are, when you look at the site plan, I realize that they look larger. None of the buildings is going to be at the same or more height than any of the buildings in the neighborhood. So, and again, the actual footprint is smaller than any of the other buildings in the neighborhood, just about. In terms of the density per acre, compared to the most recent approval of St. Mary's, this is actually a lesser density per acre than what was already approved. So, and we look at the capacity of the site, we fully realize that, should stormwater design, for example, not accommodate what we're asking, we're more than willing to work and reduce, just like the language of the conditions right now imply that, if any of the technical aspects of the design require us to reduce the footprint or to change the design or reduce in the mass of the design, we're more than willing to do that, because we have no intention to do anything but work with the regulations and adhere to it. We don't think we're stressing the site to the max. We hope that's not our intention by any means. We are trying to balance the fact that we want as much green space as possible. We want also a master plan that can accommodate our congregation for generation after generation, so that we're not coming back to you for expansion or the need to relocate or any other issues, in 5 or 10 years or 15 years. So that's the factors that we're trying to balance. Again, I don't think 8,000 square foot footprint of a building is too much. The use, in terms of the use, we all know creating a space that is designed for youth, for example, is really essential for today's generation. It's really important for them to feel that they have a space that accommodates their needs. So having a campus feel was really important in the concept, and it's not a design yet, but the concept is to have a campus feel where youth have their space. The sanctuary, if you will, or the actual services are held in a place that has, maybe slightly different characteristic and finishes interior and the interior. And the third space is really where a lot of the activities for the adults and the administration takes place. So we see those as 3 major functions that are unique and distinct. And having 3 smaller buildings is better than having 1 big, massive building. That gives it a nice feel, and we break it up with proper landscaping and outdoor spaces and so forth. So that's really the concept, is really to accommodate those 3 needs, adult activity and administration and meeting rooms and so forth. Place of worship, for prayer hall and services, that's a sanctuary, and a youth space that's appropriate for them.
And I would say, just for clarification of my perspective, is the St. Mary's comparison. I think there's some relevant aspects, but keeping in mind too, St. Mary's is on a state road and had some different aspects and some different intense concerns with larger buffers, et cetera. So I think there are some differences, but you answered my question. I appreciate that. So I guess kind of what I think might be my last question is actually for both you and Ms. Dybel. So I guess my concern on things that we've seen where we have a change to the site plan, which is what's being proposed today with the conditions, and the big example I have of that is the entrance moving. So the entrance, the condition would move the entrance to have to be where the fast school is. And then my concern is, does that move these buildings? And that's where do we run in the risk that staff staff hears or sees, if council chooses to approve this and if council chooses to include that condition, then if the applicant ends up choosing to move a building or move how something's set up because of that change, is it possible that that's changing some aspects around setbacks, et cetera? Because that's certainly a concern I have, that I wouldn't want this council to approve a site plan tonight and then that change be something where the applicant or staff then accepts, reducing setbacks or making larger buildings or anything like that. So I guess that question's a little more towards staff at first.
Okay, so you're speaking about condition 4A or 4B, which is the transportation condition related to the possible realignment of the driveway on Crabapple Road. So we took a look at that as staff, transportation and planning and zoning staff discussed that at length. And if they did move it, it wouldn't change anything other than it would be aligned more in with the parking lot area that is right there. Obviously, that walkway that is on the property aligned with Fast School would not be there at that point in time. But we took a look at that, so there would be no change in setbacks. The setbacks are, they're already way past the minimum with the location of where the buildings are. So that wouldn't be affected. And we didn't really draw it out, but we sat and discussed that at length and felt that with realigning that driveway with the Fast School driveway would not change the site plan. It might have them put a few more parking spaces, or they might lose a couple, or they could add some parking spaces further down at the end abutting the Lebanon Baptist Church. But we didn't see there would be too much of a change for the plan on related to aligning the driveway.
Now, you mentioned there's always the chance that could lose a couple parking spots. So it's 159 parking spots for 48,000 square feet. Is that the exact number of parking spots needed? Is that in excess? Because it wasn't clear to me with the required being 125 for every 5,000 square feet. How does that work? I'm looking at the concept summary table in option B.
Under the requirements for a place of worship, we look at either one of two things. And the one they chose was the largest space area. So they've used the 5,000 square foot hall, which is, I'm assuming, the major building in the middle, which would be required for 125 spaces. They're proposing 159, so they meet the requirements. So if they lost 2 or 3, it would not be an issue.
Oh, so in other words, the way the code works, that the hall of prayer is 5,000 square feet. That's the only thing that's taken into account. So in other words, the other buildings, the offices, et cetera, they have no parking requirement under Civic?
Have 2 different sections, as I stated. You have either 1 per 4 seats in room with greatest seating capacity, or 1 per 40 square feet in largest assembly area without fixed seating. So they have used the prayer hall, which is the largest seating capacity without fixed seating.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification on Civic parking requirements. And then if this council does choose to move forward and approve this rezoning, I definitely think some conditions would be needed to ensure that with that change of the entrance, that setbacks and nothing else would change under any circumstances, so that those would continue to be the minimum setbacks. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I listened very carefully tonight, and I'm very pleased to have heard all of the things that many of you said. I especially was heartened to hear all of the things that the leaders of our faith-based community came to say tonight. I'm one who believes in obeying the law. We're a nation of laws. I think that our planning commission and our staff has put together reasonable conditions for this project, should we decide to approve it. And I'll be part of that. What I won't be part of is conditioning it out of existence. That can't be done, and that shouldn't be done. And so I'm fine with reasonable conditions. I am not fine with attempting to condition it out of existence. I think my colleagues have done a good job of talking about some different things that you've agreed that can be done. But when we start nibbling away at things that make it impossible to build, that's a significant problem, as I understand the laws which we have to go by. And you know, I'm pleased with the conditions that have been placed. I'm glad that you have agreed to those. There's probably a couple of more reasonable ones that could be added, but let's be very careful in how we make conditions to make sure that we are in compliance with all laws and all requirements that exist in our country.
Thank you. Additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. This is a question for David Davidson. As far as the traffic concerns and the notes, can you speak to how that affects any zoning decisions or thoughts, please?
So traffic would not be a reason to deny any zoning. It's obviously a consideration in everything we do, but most traffic concerns, unless it is directly related to the project, is a system improvement for which the city is responsible, not the applicant.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good question for staff, and really, if you could just remind us of what the design review process would be from here on out. I know one of the concerns that we've heard is making sure that it fits and kind of knowing more about the landscaping and the outward appearance. So if you could just tell us what the design review process is and what some of those additional conversations would be like.
Sure. So if approved, the applicant is required to go through the design review board process before the design review board. They're an architectural and landscaping board, site design. They meet the first Tuesday of every month. A plan comes in, it's reviewed by staff and planning and zoning staff and all departments. Review it and approve it before it gets placed on an agenda. The board looks at like I said, specifically we have a landscape architect who is on the board. You have an architect who's required to be on the board. They review and look at the adjacent area. They look at what's surrounding them. They take a look at architecture. Normally, our design review board for new construction is an initial meeting and then a final meeting. So unless it's a small project, most times you will have an initial meeting where you're going to receive comments and feedback from the board. They might talk about the elevations. They might ask for additional changes to landscaping. They will then, once that's done, an applicant will go back and revise their plans and then be resubmit and be placed back on the following agenda, as long as those plans have been once again farmed out to all the departments and everybody's satisfied. It gets back on the following month's agenda or whenever they have revised their plans and get on. While this is in a rezoning process or a conditional use process, if it's outside of the historic district, they are required to be seen by the design review board. If it's inside the historic district, the Historic Preservation Commission sees them. So at that time, it's conceptual, it's discussion. They go to the board and the board gives them feedback on the design, the layout, things that they think might be something that should be done. In our staff report, and one of the conditions that staff put on the rezoning was based on the design review board's comments from their meeting when they went through the rezoning process. Okay?
Okay, great.
I would also like to point out that there is opportunity with the Design Review Board for the public to speak and give their opinions on the projects. So, additional comments from Councilmember Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I do have a question for the applicant. On the proposed timeline, it's indicated that we're in the site plan concept iteration stage, and the next stage is site plan design finalization. Can you tell me what that means?
So this is a concept. This is there is really not, not all the full calculations were made in terms of stormwater, in terms of sizing everything, in terms of including landscape. So the landscape design, the cut and fill, what do you call it? Cody, I need help. The stormwater design, the actual specifications of all the conduits that manage stormwater and so forth. All that is a thorough design that has to be done. Civil design work package that has to be designed that will come up with a complete site plan and including also the landscaping plan. So that is a much more advanced plan than what we're seeing here, and that's what basically the set of plans that are required to acquire an LDP, and that's what the part that where we come back to the design review board, also get their feedback, and go before we go for an LDP.
I want to add to that. Part of the plans that are required to be submitted to the design review board is a full landscape plan. You also have engineering, a little bit more engineered plans at the DRB. You have a grading and drainage more plan that you will see at that stage. It's not full grading plans that are required that you see at the LDP, but they do submit that. They also submit and are required to submit for DRB as a photometric plan. So any lighting that you might see out there is also required at the design review board stage.
Additional questions from council. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. And I think a key is I think the design review board is certainly very helpful, and they have a great expertise for this. At the end of the day, the decisions by council are, I think, really important to make sure that there is that right balance of supporting the applicant as well as supporting the neighborhoods, because that's where there's the opportunity for a little more of the just setting the right stage and the requirements. And I guess I heard something from one of my fellow council members where I just wanted to clarify, because I heard the supporting staff's recommendations, but not supporting conditions that would make it so that this is not possible. And I don't think I've heard any discussion of any conditions that would not make this possible tonight. I think what I've heard discussed was conditions that would just make for ensuring a better alignment on Chafin Road and protecting the residential nature of it. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to actually I'd like to mention some potential conditions and hear from the council members if there is anything that council sees as something that would not be helpful for the community and or make it difficult to move forward. So certainly there's the staff conditions, and I certainly have some strong positions on the ones that were A or B, but I won't go into those yet. But some things I heard and that we discussed earlier. Limiting the uses. So from a use standpoint, that the permitted use is place of worship, and every other permitted or limited use be changed to conditional. So that basically means if you'd want to do uses other than place of worship, you'd come back to council and just have a public request to do something different, versus if that condition's not added, even though the request is for place of worship, something different could always be done without any public process or approval. So the use is limiting to just place of worship. Signage we discussed, and just having a condition that would say no signs, temporary or permanent, on Chafin Road to keep that residential nature on Chafin Road. The border, so the property line on Chafin Road. So Chafin Road to be planted with a double row of evergreen trees as per the UDC. These shall be screening plants on Chafin Road to screen the buildings from Chafin Road. So basically, that was a combination of two conditions from the St. Mary's. And then to discuss, I forget how you worded it, but something along the lines of, to discuss with RDOT about donating land for a roundabout instead of paying towards a light. And so I think you had said something about just wanting to consult with the experts and see what made sense. But again, I think given that this will increase the intensity of the use, and given the fact that you've already offered to basically pay money, and I think it is worth that discussion with RDOT and looking at, instead of paying that money, donating land towards a roundabout. So, and that'd be one. And then also, I guess, Ms. Dybel, I'd lean towards for comfort of just having the condition that, given the fact that there's going to be changes to the site plan because of the entrance with that choice A, that no setback can be lower than shown on Plan B, and no building footprint greater than what is shown on option B, just given the chance, if there is any reason that moving that lane creates any desire to change anything. So those are what I'm seeing as additional ones, but in addition to the staff ones. And I guess I'd be curious to council to see if there's any concerns, and also curious for the applicant if any of those give any concerns or was different than you feel you committed to earlier in our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councilman Palermo, thank you. I think we're almost there. I got a couple concerns. One, on the monument sign, no monument sign on Chafin Road. We need to treat the church, Lebanon, the same as we treat this church for law. So if Lebanon has a sign there, then I don't know if they have a sign or not, or if they are not able to have a sign there, then I think we need to look at that. I think maybe a small sign with some design, or, sorry, some size, that the applicant would want to agree to on Chafin could be a good agreement, if that's okay with the applicant. I'm not sure what we have with Lebanon on that. As far as the roundabout goes, I spoke, when this was brought up, I spoke to RDOT, and Mr. Del Ross might have to speak on this. They wouldn't even know what to take there or get, because they have no plans or thoughts of a roundabout in that area. So I asked them today about it, and they said that they wouldn't even talk about that because that's not in any plan. It was supposed to be, they're planning on the light, and it wouldn't change anything to the current plan, in their opinion. And if Mr. Del Ross wants to speak, because I might have messed that up. As far as the other ones, I think we spoke to that earlier, and I think we've got a pretty good guideline with what we did with the Coptic Church and staff conditions. So I think we're close, and would like to hear the applicant and Mr. Del Ross's thoughts on these. Thank you.
Like I mentioned, we will do whatever the experts tell us if the roundabout or the sign is more appropriate. However, if we are in a position to put in our LDP application and a decision has been made, or a discussion or a design or any concept is there for a roundabout, we have to move forward, and therefore we're comfortable to keep the existing condition as proposed by staff to have it for to contribute towards a future signal there. So that would make sense. That's really not, it's not in our hands when that decision or when that design would come about. And just because we move forward with such, that doesn't mean that if in the future there's plans for a roundabout, doesn't mean that we can talk about it and discuss any right-of-way donation or contribution towards making things easier for the community.
I'll be quick. A couple points on the roundabout. First, this intersection, that project has not been advanced forward in any kind of design phase, any kind of 5-year CIP. The decision whether it will be a traffic signal or a roundabout has not been made at this point. Staff's thought process at the time when we reviewed this was comparing a roughly $100,000 traffic signal that we can lay pretty closely on top of the existing lane configuration versus a multi-million-dollar roundabout project, and we advanced a monetary contribution towards the traffic signal thinking that. Last point, if this council, if a decision was made in the future to start designing a roundabout at this intersection, that idea can move forward regardless of whether we receive a donation from this property or not. If we do not receive a donation from this property, that does not preclude a roundabout from being considered at a future date.
Thank you. Councilmember Palermo?
So for the opportunity for RDOT to really help with kind of just that longer term vision and leave the flexibility for a roundabout, I think it does make more sense to at least examine that, discuss that. But I also agree with the applicant's point and I would certainly feel comfortable with adding to the condition that indecision by RDOT or anything along those lines is not able to slow down the LDP. That basically, if there's not that request for the roundabout right of way, then basically it sticks with the payment you've already agreed. So I think that's a legitimate point. And then as for language around the uses, I think it really does make more sense just to, we've heard clearly that the place of worship is the vision and the goal, and that's what's requested. And I think it's a lot cleaner to just go ahead and just approve that one use instead of going through, and because with St. Mary's, it was a much longer conversation with them having uncertainty on a few potential uses. But to Councilman Judy's point, I think that we are very close. And lastly, regarding a sign, first off, I ran for council because I disagreed with some things a prior council did. So I certainly don't want to be tied to any poor decisions in the past. And Chafin Road is a very residential road. I just looked on Google on the street view, and I see there is no sign there, which makes sense because I was actually thinking I hadn't even remembered that was property owned by the church because I always just saw it as the residential area. So I'm still comfortable with no signs, temporary or permanent, on Chafin, which again, looking at Google Earth, lines up with the next door property.
I've got one question and then also a comment about signage. Is the Lebanon Baptist driveway open to the general public? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, excuse me. So the question for staff is, I thought Lebanon Baptist Church was, I thought there was a gate there, but
Based on street view, so we just looked at, there's no gate that we can see unless it's way into the property that could stop you. Now, granted, that doesn't mean somebody from Lebanon couldn't be out there from time to time having people come in and out, but there's no actual gate at the road.
Thank you. The reason why I'm asking about it is my concern is really more for emergency vehicles. Now, I'm not talking about a monument sign, I'm not talking about anything massive, but anything regarding wayfinding that gives the street address, because our emergency vehicles possibly in the future would have to get to the site, and if they're coming the wrong way, they would not know where to turn or how to access the site if they're coming down Chafin. So I would suggest that limit it to a wayfinding sign that has a street address on it. Something that'll just let people know either that or, we've got to do something with it so people know where they can go in or out. Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So I have a question for the applicant. Again, I have the utmost confidence in our first responders, and your property is right on the corner. And so I'm very confident that they'll be able to find it. So I guess earlier, as we discussed, do you have any concerns with having no signs, temporary or permanent, on Chafin?
I don't have concerns, frankly. I don't know if an address label is considered a sign or it doesn't have to be a monument. Maybe having a sign that's not, or restricting a monument or certain size monument for a sign would be reasonable, a good.
I think you mentioned, if address label, again, because my whole focus is on the fact that this is suburban residential, and it's one of the most residential streets that we have, keeping that character. To your point, if you're comfortable with no signs, temporary or permanent, on Chafin, other than you're able to have something that just states an address, is that something that?
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Is that your preference over? Because again, I prefer no sign, but I think that sounds like a compromise that you're good. You're good with that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Dival, I want to make sure I understand limiting uses to places, to place of worship. What does that include?
So in Article 9 of the code, the definition of place of worship, a building or structure that by design and construction is primarily intended for conducting organized religious services. Associated accessory uses include but are not limited to schools, meeting halls, indoor and outdoor recreation facilities, clergy, house, daycare, counseling, and kitchens.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Just back to the signs. We're talking about Chafin Road. It does wrap that corner. I'd just like to get some feedback if we conditioned for the sign to be on the south side of the driveway towards Crabapple versus the north side towards Chafin. Would that present a problem?
No, it doesn't. That's our intention. It makes more sense to put any monument on Crabapple, any monument sign on Crabapple.
On Crabapple, but south of the driveway.
Right. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the question for staff, did you just read that a school is permitted?
So based on what I read, yes, that was in there. So when
The
you
K
think
to
of
12?
a place of worship, you know, we're not talking a full private school or something like that, but under a place of worship, I think what they're looking at is like a school associated with the church. So think of a nursery school that maybe this young kids are at, or maybe there's Bible school during services in that regard. So a private school is a whole different definition under our section here in Article 9.
So traditional K to 12
It's,
will
yeah, it
not
does
be
not,
allowed.
it would not, yes, it does not indicate a conditional, a traditional K through 12 school. It just says limited schools, meeting halls, things like that. So if you're thinking of a school related to a church, it's going to be something related to a nursery school, and where Bible classes, maybe something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? Councilmember Hall, do we have a motion? I think he's, is your hand up? Councilmember Palermo.
Ms. Dibble, could you go to the conditions slide? I found that's always easier when the motion's being made. And again, I just want to confirm from the, because again, I think what it sounded like, I'm hoping we have consensus that everything I had read off, it seemed like the applicant supported, as well as council, and as well as what we've discussed in the conditions. So I'm hoping we can get a unanimous vote here. That's all my comments.
Okay, back to Councilmember Hall. Do you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion. This may be a very long one. I might need some input. Motion to approve item number 6, the approval of the rezoning request, RZ 2020-5110-11370, Crabapple Road, rezoned from RS 30 to Civic, Roswell Community Masjid. And we will go through, the motion will include the staff conditions. The first one being item 1B, the owner developer shall develop the site plan in substantial accordance with the site plan dated 3/31/2021, labeled option B. The square footages are not guaranteed, as reduction may be required due to staff comments during the development process. Staff condition number 2, and this is where we want to add the language, and I might defer to Councilmember Palermo to restate that. I think he had that written down. Can I do that now? He's got the language for the,
Okay, Councilmember Palermo, do you want to go ahead and read the conditions?
just for the landscaping.
Okay.
And of course, this could be updated by staff, but the border on Chafin Road shall be planted with a double row of evergreen trees as per the UDC. Well, I guess actually, perhaps we should delete the as per the UDC. The border of Chafin Road shall be planted with a double row of evergreen trees. Those shall be screening plants on Chafin Road to screen the buildings from Chafin Road. So again, I got that language by merging 2 on the same one.
Thank you. Staff condition number 3, the owner developer shall provide landscaping along parking lot areas that abut the other properties to be approved by the design review board. Staff condition number 4A, that the owner developer shall align the driveway number 1 onto Crabapple Road with the existing driveway serving Fast Charter School, and that the owner developer shall construct a northbound left turn lane 225 foot long onto their site driveway number 1. Condition number 5, the owner-developer shall construct a southbound left turn lane onto Strickland Road. If condition 4A is constructed, this left turn lane shall be built back-to-back with the left turn lane with standard tapers creating and separating the new turn lanes. Condition number 6, the owner-developer, I think this one, I just need a little bit of help on this one. If this is being deferred to the experts about the roundabout, or if we're, I guess I'll keep this one in for now. The owner-developer shall contribute $5,000 towards future traffic signal construction at the intersection of Crabapple Road and Chafin Road. The payment shall be made to the City of Roswell prior to the submittal of the land disturbance permit. A combination plat for all the properties must be approved and recorded prior to the submittal of any permits. And the following additional conditions that we discussed this evening, that the uses be limited to a place of worship. All other uses would be conditional. That the Chafin Road sign is limited to an wayfinding or an address sign, and that any monuments or signage be constructed on Crabapple at the south side of the driveway. That if there are any changes to the site plan as a result of any of these conditions and movement of the driveway, that there will be no lower setbacks than currently proposed on or shown on option B, and that there will be no amplified sound on the property. And to confirm that we are moving forward with option B. I think I stated that earlier. And that would be my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Clarifying question?
After I get a second. Second by Councilmember Judy. Clarifying questions. Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
My question is, and part of it was my mistake, on the update to the 2 rows of evergreens, that I think the way I worded it, it did not involve being approved by the DRB, and I just want to make sure that the motion in the second does include it being approved by the DRB. And that's my first question, and I have a second one.
Okay, well, fire them off.
Okay, and then my second question is, I guess it's clear to me what an address sign is. It's not clear to me what a wayfinding sign is, and so that's where I'm wondering if it could just be a sign that shows the address is permitted.
Councilmember Hall.
So moved on both items.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. We are going to go ahead and take excuse me, please. We're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back to discuss the budget. Thank you all. Welcome back. And we will resume with excuse me. We will resume with our meeting, and under the mayor's report, the approval of the FY 2022 budget for the city of Roswell, Georgia in the amount of $150,086,435. This is the first reading. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance adopting a budget for the fiscal year 2022 for each fund of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to Article 6, Chapter 6 of the Charter of the City, beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022, appropriating the amount shown in each budget as expenditures, adopting the item of anticipated funding sources, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures from exceeding actual funding sources, and amending the Code of Ordinances to effectuate such adoption. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following ordinance. City of Roswell, Georgia hereby adopts an expenditure budget for fiscal year 2022, said budget being described below and shown on Schedule A for each fund of the city of Roswell, Georgia. General Fund, $82,324,395. Confiscated Assets Funds, $749,500. E911 Fund, $3,006,279. CDBG Grant Fund, $26,000. Impact Fee Fund, $1,130,734. Hotel Motel Fund, $673,700. Auto Rental Excise Tax Fund, $277,500. Lita Thompson Fund, $76,220. Special Events Fund, $145,198. T-Splosh Projects, $13,941,438. Capital Projects, $5,367,286. Bond Fund Debt Service, $1,655,000. Water and Sewer Fund, $4,209,487. Stormwater Utility Fund, $3,498,469. Solid Waste Fund, $12,254,703. Participant Recreation Fund, $5,963,084. Workers' Compensation Fund, $846,434. Group Health Insurance Fund, $10,187,705. Risk Management Fund, $1,787,683. Fleet Services Fund, $1,965,570. And Scholarship Endowment Fund of $50, for a total of $150,086,435. Any increase or decrease in appropriations or revenue of any fund or for any department, the establishment of new capital projects, or the establishment of new grant project other than those exceptions provided for in here shall require approval of the mayor and city council. The city administrator or his designee may transfer within a department and fund or amend the budget to decrease appropriations for any completed capital or grant project to effectuate the closeout of the respective project. A millage rate of 4.955 mils is established as part of the proposed budget. The millage rate has a component of 4.705 mils for the general fund operating and capital improvement budget, and a component of 0.250 mils for servicing bonded indebtedness. The millage rate shall be adopted by mayor and council at a later date, but prior to the issuance of tax bills for the tax year 2021. This budget fixes the number of budgeted full-time positions of the city at 632. The city administrator or his or her designee is authorized to distribute funds reserved for the merit-based pay increase and the group benefits increase included in the FY 2022 budget to the various departments as necessary. Mayor and council adopt a capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2022 through 2027 as attached here to and incorporated herein as Schedule B. This plan does not indicate any promise of appropriations for future years or unfunded projects. This plan may only be modified through action of the mayor and council. The text of the rest of the ordinance is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So I'll try to keep this short. So today's first reading, we are going to quickly discuss the budget highlights for fiscal year 2022, review some of the general fund budget highlights, go through the budget ordinance highlights, and then finally get to the add-delete proposals that have been proposed by council members. Starting off with the fiscal year 2022 budget highlights, the budget is balanced while maintaining a fully funded general fund reserve of 25% or $19.9 million. The base budget has grown by $6.6 million or 9% from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2022. And as a result, only $2.4 million is available for new operating requests and maintenance capital. And nearly $353,000 of the fiscal year 2022 requests are being funded within current base budget or from current year savings. An average 3% merit-based wage increase for all full-time employees, part-time staff, and firefighters starting January 1, 2022 is also included in the proposed budget. Just to give you a quick overview of the general fund operating budget, the proposed revenues for fiscal year 2022 are $82.3 million. And this donut chart here gives you a breakdown of that, with property tax and sales tax being our biggest sources of revenue. And then in the general fund, proposed expenditures is also at $82.3 million. And this donut chart here gives you the breakdown of those expenditures by department. And here on this slide, we have a summary of the general fund proposed budget. So the beginning fund balance amount is at $3.7 million. The proposed revenues is at $80.5 million. The proposed base budget is a little over $78 million, and the proposed program changes, or operating requests as we call them, are almost close to $1.8 million. The proposed partner organization request is at $386,500, and the proposed maintenance capital request total $280,000. That takes the proposed operating request to $2.4 million, and the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2022 to a little over $80 million. So that leaves us with about $6,321 available to allocate towards operating requests. And the fund balance used for one-time capital is $1.8 million. So the fiscal year 2022 general fund proposed budget is a little over $82 million. And the amount that has been allocated for the increase in the general fund reserve by policy of 25% is $1.8 million, which leaves us with a little over $15,000 in available general fund balance towards one-time capital requests. This slide here gives you a list of the partner organization requests that have been proposed to be funded and the ones that are proposed to be unfunded, and I will not read through these. The total funded request is $386,500 for 4 of those partner organizations, and then the unfunded amount is at $209,412. Moving on to the budget ordinance highlights, Mr. Davidson just read through that. I'll just quickly highlight some of them. So the first one is the reappropriation from fiscal year 2021 of any unspent funding in the general fund to establish a general fund fuel and utility contingency. Reappropriation of any unspent funding in the general fund to establish a general fund operating contingency. And the third one is to establish a general fund grant match contingency. This slide here, so the reappropriation from fiscal year 2021 of any unspent capital project funding, unspent grant funding, and unspent capital projects fund contingencies. And then section 11 of the budget ordinance talks about reappropriation from fiscal year 2021 of unspent amounts in the employee wellness program, the education assistance program, any funding for Roswell University, any unspent funding for the police school zone safety project, unspent funding for legal services, for the election, and for the police tasers and body cameras to be carried forward. And then we have on this next slide here the reappropriation from fiscal year 2021 of any unspent funding for the Roswell Historical Society for cemetery maintenance and improvements. And then lastly, we have the unspent funding in the confiscated assets fund. So those were some of the highlights from the budget ordinance. We'll move on to the add-delete proposals. This particular slide, again, now is a quick summary of the general fund proposed budget that I had gone over earlier, so I will not go through these. It's the same thing, only thing, it's a little more summarized. Moving on to the add-delete proposals. So this slide here, it's basically a summary of the proposed adds that have come in from Mayor and Council as of today. And this talks about the impact of those proposed changes. So we have the general fund. This is the operating budget that we are talking about on this slide. So the proposed operating additions total $728,707. And I'd like to mention here that this particular amount that you see here on this slide will not be the same as the total amount for the additions that you see on the detail slide that will come a couple of slides later, and I'll explain why that is. And then the proposed deletions are at $988,353. The proposed maintenance capital additions are $392,600, and we do not have any proposed deletes in maintenance capital. So with these, the net operating budget increase is $132,954. Which puts our operating budget in a negative balance of $126,633. Moving on to the next slide, this is the impact of the proposed changes in the one-time capital budget. The proposed revenue increase here is $800,000, and we'll talk about what that is. The proposed one-time capital additions are $957,000. and the proposed one-time capital deletions are $290,000. So that's a net one-time capital decrease of $133,000. And as a result of all these adds and deletes, the reserve fund also decreases by close to $65,000. So we have about $207,145 still available to be allocated towards one-time capital. So moving on to the details of the adds and deletes, and this slide here we talk about the proposed additions to the operating budget. And the first one is to add the full-time Office of Innovation position at 100% funding. And I will not read through the amounts. And then we have the grant specialist funding at 75%, the special events funding, full-time budget analyst position, 3 full-time station captain positions at 50% funding. There is a funding for the crowd control equipment, and there is also the proposal to increase the funding for holiday lighting and tree replacement for historic Roswell Town Square. Now, these next 2 requests that you see, these are duplicates. So the first one is proposed by Council members Palermo and Hall, and the same request has been proposed by Council member Zapata, but the amounts are different. So that's why I mentioned on the previous slide that the total that you see here includes both the requests, but the total that you had seen on the summary slide just took the first one into account, the one that was proposed, the amount that's been proposed by Council members Palermo and Hall. So those are the duplicates here, and the only duplicates in these proposed adds and deletes. And then the 10th item that you see is the addition of the natural resource and trails maintenance crew supervisor at 100% funding, including a utility vehicle. So this is just the operating portion you see here. You'll see the capital portion on the next few slides. And here are the deletes towards the operating budget. The first delete is the employee salary increase, the total amount of $643,431. The new leased vehicle for the engineering division and community development. There is also a proposal to reduce the city administrator expense, and there is a proposal to reduce the travel expenses and the education expenses, and reduce supplies as well. So those are the total delete proposals of $988,353 that you see here. Moving on to the maintenance capital. So we just have some adds here, and the first one is the tactical vest and helmet replacement program. Then we have the recreation and parks maintenance program, and then the athletic field improvements, the light pole replacement. On this next slide, we have the proposed adds to the one-time capital. The first one is the 3D scanner for investigations. The next item is the vehicles for those for the crew supervisor that we talked about in the previous slide. Then we have the $800,000 that I had mentioned on an earlier slide, and this is that particular amount you see here. So this is the one-time debt service fund excess transfer, and we'll discuss that in detail later. And that $800,000 is being proposed to be spent on these 2 next projects that you see, the transfer from T-SPLOS Index number 3, SR 140 Median Islands. And the second one is the sidewalk gaps from the list where short piece is required to finish that don't rank high enough in the list. So those were the additions in the one-time capital. And then we have one deletion, proposed deletion is for the formal recodification of the UDC at $290,000. So those were the adds and deletes. The next steps in the budget process will be a second reading, which will be on May 24th. And so that's my presentation for tonight. We'll be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Council have questions, comments for staff? Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? Yes, sir, please come forward.
Jason Yowell. I noticed buried in the budget that there's a line item for, I think it's $660,000 for the pedestrian bridge over the Chattahoochee. And that's supposed to come out of the impact fees, which I'd like to see impact fees go to things like intersection improvements. That would make sense. The bridge to Sandy Springs, not so much. First of all, I don't see that bridge brings a lot of utility to the people of Roswell. But more to the point is that the lesson of Oxbow does not seem to have been learned yet. I don't understand why the city of Roswell goes beyond concept plans before it acquires contractual control, if not ownership, over land that is needed for transportation projects. I happen to know for a fact that the land on the Sandy Springs side that this bridge is supposed to land on has not been secured in any way, shape, or form other than in dreamland. Given what Oxbow represents in a litigation to acquire property for right-of-way, you've set such a high bar, and that man's got 1.8 acres. And if he gets the same per acre price, you can't afford to put the bridge over there. And the fact that you can't afford to put the bridge over there first came up in 2012 when concept plans were done for a bridge on both sides. The side that it's supposed to be on came in $900,000 more because of the environmental impact fees and higher right-of-way acquisition costs. I don't understand why that side was picked when it was already more expensive. Now it's going to be wildly more expensive. And picking that side also drove so much of the design work for the gateway, which putting the pedestrian path up that side of the gateway results in 1,000 linear feet of 20-foot high retaining walls up against the creek. The design of this is just so bad, my mind can't even begin to comprehend how rational people could look at this and go, wow, what a great idea. But now you're looking at a minimum of $15 million on a comparable basis just to find a place to land the bridge on the other side of the river. I don't think you can put the bridge here. And like I've been saying for a long time, you got to take the current design work that's already been done for the gateway to the tune of, what, $20 million has been spent on that fiasco? And here, millions and millions more is being contemplated. But what really sticks out, the red flag, is $600,000 of design work for a bridge that lands on land you don't own and don't control, and you've already goofed up the market with Oxbow. You've set the precedent. That's to come. Even if it was just $3 million for a third of an acre, but now it's $5.5 million for a third of an acre. And you've got to stop letting RDOT spend design money for projects on land it doesn't own. You just can't go beyond the concept design and start getting into full-blown engineering designs for land you do not own. It makes no sense. It's bad business. It's bad public policy. And as I've been saying for a long time, you need to have a citizen-led transportation commission to provide oversight for RDOT. RDOT is out of control. There's no real supervision there. They spend money irresponsibly. They plan things without any real concept of what the people want. And this is a chance to, small part of your budget, but it's a big issue in this city, and it's going to be an issue in November. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to make one clarifying point, which is the property in Sandy Springs will be acquired by Sandy Springs. The city of Roswell will not be acquiring property in Sandy Springs. I don't see anyone else in the public. I think we only have one person here from the public, so I'll bring this back to council. Comments, questions from council? Councilmember Tizer.
Mayor Henry, in looking at some of the general fund adds and deletes, and I don't know if we're going to go over them separately or not, but if you just give me just a wee bit of leeway, my general thought on them is many of them are very interesting, and it probably for me would be something I would like to do, except for a couple of things. And it started for me around fire captains, for example. When I said to myself, I'd like to wait for the new fire chief to start before I'd tie his hands that way. Then when I go through and look at some of the other ads, I have to be consistent, even though I'd like to add them. I have to be consistent in my thought process. And so in general, when the department boss comes in is the time to, I think, hire whatever new people we're going to add. And it's just my general thought on most of those. It's not that I'm opposed to them. It's just an issue of timing for me.
Additional comments by Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So certainly my hope is that we'll have a good, fruitful discussion tonight, and that during the second reading that this council and for the public will have the opportunity to vote on each add and each delete to create a more transparent process and something that was the pattern for many years in Roswell until last year. So I'm certainly hoping that will be the case this year, that we'll see that at the second reading. But from a standpoint of tonight, what I want to go high level before I get a little more detailed. At a high level, in Roswell, we have a spending problem, and we don't invest in Roswell, and that's a real issue. And truth be told, that's an issue that's not going to be solved with just a handful of adds and deletes. I think a handful of adds and deletes will make a better budget. I think it will make a budget that actually is providing a more clear and more direct benefit to residents, to taxpayers. But let's take a step back at a higher level first. The reason I opposed the budget the last 3 years is because we were continuing to grow administrative spending. So operating expenses that didn't actually provide direct benefits to residents. And that is a major issue, and that's why I could not support the budget the last 3 years. And that's why I had voted and said that if we were just going to spend the taxpayer money where it's not directly and clearly benefiting residents, I'd rather give it back to taxpayers through reducing the millage rate. And I think what we've seen this year is just a compounding effect of increasing administrative expenses, increasing operating expenses, and not investing back in Roswell. And so this year, the proposed 2022 budget is a higher operating expense than every budget in the history of Roswell, according to this graph provided by the finance department. So to see that, and with the record-breaking amount of operating expense being more than the previous budgets, according to this graph, it also, you can see in this graph that the one-time capital, really those one-time capital investments, has become minuscule, and the maintenance capital has become even more minuscule. We need to invest in the maintenance of Roswell, our parks, our roads. We need to invest in one-time capital investments, again, transportation improvements, park improvements, et cetera. And my issue is this proposed budget does not do that. Again, I think this handful of adds and deletes gets us closer, but we've got a bigger picture issue, which is why I had requested that this mayor and council would consider and support doing something more like a zero-based budget. Obviously, there's a lot of expenses that we can't do without. You know, we need our public safety, we need our roads cleared, we need all these different aspects, we need our garbage picked up. We have a lot of different expenses that are necessary, but I think it's a fair and transparent process to go through that and actually have that exercise to find out where the cost savings, how can we better invest in Roswell. And so that's the high-level discussion that I think is important that we have. And I do want to just discuss a little bit from an adds and deletes standpoint. Again, my request to the admin finance liaison, Councilmember Wilsey, as well as to the mayor, is that during the second reading, just like we did in previous years prior to last year, that we do vote on each add and each delete. But at a high level, what I'd like to discuss is, again, we've got some issues in the city, and we need more innovation. And the way to do that is to bring on a strategic role of an Office of Innovation. And that's something that I believe this mayor and council unanimously support. The key is we have to invest in it, and we need to do it now. It's only going to help us because we've got to solve some of the issues that we have. There's a number of other positions on here that are really going to just help. You know, 75% funding, meaning we don't hire immediately, but we do hire in the next year. A grant specialist, there's a lot of federal money out there. We should not be leaving it on the table. And this is a pretty small investment of $33,000 to get somebody for 3/4 of the next year to help us find it. Special events, again, a very small amount of money to really make sure that we are just creating an outside opportunity for Roswell residents to really see what's so great about Roswell. Budget, you know, not 100% funding, so not immediate hire, but a budget analyst position. Again, we need to address the issues with our budget and our skyrocketing operating costs. Our operating budget, according to these graphs, is greater than all of Alpharetta's total budget last year. And unlike us, Alpharetta is investing in their capital improvements and their maintenance. And going through the captain positions. Again, investing in public safety is important. We do have a new chief coming soon, and I think that's a very relevant point, which is why I think it shows here 50% funding. So all this is saying is that halfway through the year, when the new chief has been here for half a year, they're going to have opportunity and funding if they do want to hire some full-time captains, which has a lot of benefits for risk aversion. And then, again, we need to take pride in the city, and we have a lot of issues and frankly, dissatisfaction around the holiday lighting and tree replacement, which is, of course, a small need and a small amount of money. But that being said, we need to move it away from some of the spending that residents aren't actually benefiting from. And natural resources and trail maintenance crew. So our trails are getting an enormous use from Roswell residents, so many Roswell residents, as well as non-residents. And that creates a real wear and tear that creates issues, as well as just issues on the natural resource management. And we've got to invest in maintaining it, because the last thing we want is a city that's falling apart. And again, this maintenance expense for something that actually benefits Roswell residents is I see really important, which is number 7, 8, and 10. And then again, how do we pay for it? Because I think all this council would probably support all the ads. The issue is we have to prioritize. And what is it that we're prioritizing over these improvements? Well, for one, there's been an enormous amount of salary increases that have occurred starting last year, but increasing more this year and increasing more the following year. And that's already in this budget. And then what this is on top of that, doing an additional 3% on top of those high salary increases. And again, that's something I'd love to do, but knowing that we already have those other large raises out there, it's something where I do think we need to make some tough decisions that benefit the residents of Roswell. And again, for the next item, goes back to the zero-based budget. I actually wrote in what I emailed in a maybe next to item number 12, because my big thing is we need to do more zero-based budget. I think it's only fair for the residents. We get a full accounting and transparency into, let's walk through exactly all the cars, how they're performed, et cetera. And then perhaps it comes out that we should invest in another vehicle. Perhaps it comes out that we shouldn't. But again, I think this council should be going through more of an effort during this budget season. So this six-figure expense to reduce the city administrator expense, which would be a one-time reduction for 6 months. What we've learned from a consultant in the past is that basically you get a smaller group of candidates when basically you have a lot of the managers leaving, in the sense that, or an election, the potential of a change. So basically, we've got 6 months this year, and then there's going to be an election where we may or may not have the same officials here. We have the best opportunity to really ensure that if there is a change, that there should be the opportunity for new leadership to be able to, A, pick the city administrator, but B, more importantly, let's save this money, use it for something that's benefiting the residents, and ensure we have the best possible search come after the election, whether that's November, December, et cetera. But that's significant savings that can be reinvested in for residents. And again, similar issue to what we had last year is travel expenses have really ballooned, and they're really high. And with the post-COVID world, there's a lot more opportunities for virtual conferences, virtual trainings, et cetera. And I think we need to roll up our sleeves and just say, you know what? We're still going to allow travel in come July, but we're not going to do it at such a high rate, and we're going to save some money on travel. And same thing with an education standpoint. We're still going to invest in education. And at the same time, we need to look for opportunities for lower cost education and make sure that we're really sharpening our pencil to really make sure we're investing in things that directly benefit residents. Supplies, those costs have ballooned the last few years as well, and gone much higher. And then again, public safety. I think this is something that we really need to invest in. And talking to the chief, obviously, he had mentioned his biggest concern was regarding the crowd control, but then also mentioning as a second item the concerns around the SWAT team and the tactical vests that we have, and also related to public safety, 3D scanners for investigations, which unfortunately we do have dangerous crime in Roswell that we need to address. Anytime this happens, we have to actually reach out to I believe it's Cherokee County, and this is something where we should be really just investing more in our public safety. And then last thing I'll address here, or last two items, is I see a great opportunity, as we discussed with transportation. East Roswell Economic Development, that is extremely important. East Roswell Economic Development Committee came up with the recommendation on the benefit of some median islands. And I think we should not be waiting until a November ballot initiative. We should be investing in that right now, right here. And we certainly have the money in that excess account. And lastly, changing the zoning, creating a whole new zoning code. So a lot of work, a lot of costs go into that, and they're always going to have loopholes that need to be tied. This city council has been working really hard at improving our zoning code, and it's resident driven, city council driven, and really just something to customize for the community. And we should not be spending an enormous amount to reinvent the wheel. Instead, we should be looking at our current zoning code and just coming out, how do we improve that? And we don't have to do that by hiring expensive consultants to create a whole new code and get us back to square one. So again, my request is we don't go through voting each and every one of them tonight. I'm certainly happy to do that, but my hope is we do have a fruitful discussion, and we hopefully learn from each other, and we're prepared in the second reading to vote on each item for a more transparent process than we saw last year. So thank you for the time.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. So 3 times I had to hear about last year. Last year, which you should have no ability to comment on since you chose to not even be here on that first night. And so I just want the public to know that you weren't here, so you didn't have input, and that's why that happened. So I'm done having that discussion, and I hope I won't have to hear about it from you again. A couple of things. If you take a look at these operating expenses that you've made comment about, thing number one is we had to overcome 3 cycles back in Mayor Wood's administration where employees weren't given an annual salary increase. The adjustment made up for those 3 cycles where that didn't happen. If we discontinue it again I'm reminded of the words of Winston Churchill, who wrote, "Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." If we stop paying our employees, they take care of us, we better take care of them. But now I want to talk about maintenance and your thoughts about investment and reinvestment. And you're going to hear me say this an awful lot, so you don't have to listen really good now, but you'll hear it often. Since you took office, you have obstructed or opposed over $500 million, over $500 million worth of investment in our community. Now, let me put that into perspective for you. It's well over $500 million, but let's just go $500 million for now. That's equal to about $3 million a year of annual revenue, which is equal to the amount of maintenance capital that we've had issues with. But more importantly, even at that, it could have resulted in a 12% decrease in our residential property tax, or it could have been enough repetitive income to fully bond out the entire River Park Master Plan. Now, you might say, well, I didn't like some of those $500 billion, $500 million worth of investments, but every single one wasn't right. So when we talk about investing in our budget, investing in our community, we can't continue to turn down investment in the community, and that's what's happening, and that's why our budget continues to get tighter and tighter every year. You can't ride this on the back of our employees. There's a competitive world out there, and if you don't allow investment in our city, then you're not going to get the repeat income that you need. And again, every project that has come across might not have been the right one, but everyone wasn't the right one. You have to ask yourself, what are we doing here when we turn down over $500 million worth of investment in 4 or 5 years? And so if you want to talk about looking at this from a higher level, I think we need to look at what level of investment we want in our community to continue to hold our millage rates at the kind of levels they're at today, and we can pace our growth based on that statistic. And so let me say that a little more carefully. 4.995 is our current millage rate. We know that if our expenses increase at a certain level with inflation, and that includes our employees, we know that that's going to involve a certain amount of needed revenue. And that should be we should be able to understand how to pace our growth to match that number. And that's something we need to start to think about is that revenue line can't stay flat, it can't go down, and a certain amount of growth is necessary. And so if you want to talk about looking at things, you know, in a bigger way, that's fine. And finally, I agree with you. I don't want to go through each one of these one at a time. I'd certainly like to discuss over the next few weeks each one of them with you or with anyone and see which one of the ones of these we can push through in the second reading. Thank you.
Additional comments from council? Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not really going to discuss the budget. What I will discuss is the comments I just heard, which is just straight politics. We heard transparency 4 or 5 times. We heard ballooning. We heard a bunch of different buzzwords. Unfortunately, there's no depth to that. We're also talking about investment in the city of Roswell. And I think each one of us up here probably have a different word for investing in the city of Roswell and benefit to the residents. We've heard that a bunch over the last couple months. Well, you know what? I think investing in our people here at City Hall benefits the city of Roswell. Because if we have good people here in the city and the people want to stay in the city, guess what? Your trash gets picked up on time. People come get you when you're hurt. Your zoning plans go through quicker and better and at a higher level. Your police officers feel wanted and don't want to look around for another job. Your finance department works harder. Also, we start beating on education and travel. Well, you know what? Here at City of Roswell, These folks are careers. They have careers they go to. They need to get accredited, and they need to take certain classes to do that. And if they can't get it here, guess what? They'll be in Alpharetta or elsewhere. So what benefits the citizens of Roswell? That is not a definition that one person can give. And then let's go to the UDC. Since I came into office, all I've heard is this, that, and the other about the UDC. I can tell you, sitting here after 4 years, almost 4 years, the UDC is the most divisive document that we have right now. And all I've heard is it's broken, it's broken, it's broken, it's broken. Nope. Guess what? Now we want to piecemeal it because we don't want to spend money to fix the number one problem in our city. So what benefits the citizens of Roswell? It's not what one person says. It's investing in our people. It's investing in the documents that actually are at the heart of the most division here in the city of Roswell. We can't have one council member sit here and tell us what is investing and what benefits the residents, because if the residents dug deeper, I think they'd realize that there's much more to the words than just those high-level buzzwords that were said this evening. So when we go to talk about this in the next couple of weeks, let's dig a little deeper. Let's do some work on this. Let's not take headlines and somebody that hasn't supported a budget in 3 years. Well, there's a reason why you haven't supported a budget in 3 years. And haven't supported a budget in 3 years because you can't get together with the people at this dais and come to an agreement on what's best for the citizens of Roswell, the residents. So at the end of the day, over the next couple of weeks, I challenge you to sit with us. And let's not come up here with this and point fingers at everybody else here and demean our people sitting out there that work hard every day.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll be less dramatic than the last two speeches. I would like to just go back to numbers and see this graph that was recently on the screen. That is very telling graph, very simple, but very telling. You know, the rest is, nice political speeches, but there you go. Here we go to this very simple and telling graph. So we see on blue is operating, in orange is maintenance capital, and in, black maybe, is one-time capital. So see the progression of this. See this year, full year, fiscal year 2022, a hair, maybe it's a hair line there that called maintenance capital. And another hair, maybe a little bit thicker, I can't see very well, but which is called one-time capital. And that is a problem, because this is the real investment in the community. We can talk about hours and hours, but the real investment in the community is maintenance and one-time capital. And these have been shrinking, and in this year, unbelievable how much it's shrinking. So I'm proposing here to pay more attention in maintenance capital and one-time capital. So one-time capital of existing infrastructure, which is what I call update and upgrades of our existing infrastructure, and one-time capital of new infrastructure. So it's a matter of priorities. That is true, it's priority. And, and it's always the right time to do the right thing. So, I see here through this add and delete, we're, adding more to the maintenance. We can see here on park, they cut $310,000 the maintenance of the park, and it give you, I guess, $75,000 only. And we see our parks have been built in the 70s and 80s. So we know that. We walk the parks, we enjoy the parks, but they are aging, and that is normal. So, but we need to pay attention to that, and we need to allocate money to that, not just talk about it, just, show, putting the money on maintenance and one-time capital. So the rest is just, whatever, I don't know. But that is what really is the telling graph. If everybody can pay attention and look in this, and reflect on this. Say, hey, is maintenance capital enough to maintain? Is one-time capital enough to update and upgrade our, for example, park system? Well, we may have different priorities at this point, but that is what is really telling you the story. So what we're proposing here is to propose to fund ongoing of basic necessities in terms of maintenance and one-time capital projects on existing infrastructure. So, and again, I want to remind that, some member of this council approved, which is going to have a salary and benefit increase impact this year, 2022, of almost $3.5 million impact increase in 2022, plus whatever was recognized last year. So we're telling, look, there is a compensation increase of 3.5. On top of that, 643,431, I think that we can allocate this year this to maintenance and one-time capital that direct affect the residents, taxpayers, and the people of Roswell. So this is what we're proposing. What I hear here from some of my colleagues is like 3.5 increase on salary and benefits in 2022 budget plus 643,431 increase of 3% on top of the already compensation study salary increase. So, and all of this at the expense of giving up on maintenance capital and one-time capital. So that is the discussion. Has to be around that. So everything else is just, I don't know what it is, but that is numbers, this is a graph, visual, we can see, and it's just how we want to prioritize our 2022 budget.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. Let me summarize for those of you who didn't quite understand the meaning of what Councilmember Zapata said in a lot of words. He's proposing a massive tax increase on our citizens because without any growth and with the need to properly pay our employees, and again, I don't understand the war on city employees that you're proposing. I don't understand it. I never will. But in order to do what you're recommending, which is a large increase in maintenance funds and the proper payment of our employees for the work that they do on a competitive basis, the only way to get there is the massive tax increase that you're going to propose. There is no other way. And numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie. If you don't pay your employees properly, they're not going to be here for very long. There's a competitive world out there, and maybe it's different in your business, but in this business, one of our trash truck drivers is a CDL driver, and he can go anywhere he wants to work. It's the same thing with Amazon hiring in the area, other cities in the area. If you don't properly pay your employees, someone else will. I don't understand why you don't understand that, but that's okay. In order to do what you want to do with additional maintenance and no growth in our city, you are proposing a massive tax increase. There's no other way.
I'd like to make a few comments because, I worked on this budget along with staff. We've got a lot of very professional staff members, great finance team, and I think every staff member will tell you working with this finance team is just a pleasure. And the helpfulness that you provide to folks, it's a service that you're providing year-round because we're in a budget year-round. So I would like to thank you, and if anyone implies that there's something nefarious going on with this budget that I presented to you all, I've got an issue with that. And you can take something and twist it no matter how you want to twist it. I can tell you that the folks that I've talked to, number one, They're already having better results going out to hire employees because of the comp study that we're putting into place. I can also tell you that, you know, I'm not going to ask anybody to raise their hands, but I can just pretty much guarantee you that if you said to any department head or chief that we will give you this, but we're going to cut out employee raises, they're going to tell you no. I'd rather not have that. I'd rather have the employee raises because they know how important it is. And when you talk about, I don't get it. When you talk about the fact that that staff doesn't have anything to do with the benefit of our residents and businesses, well, last time, I haven't been checking on anybody up here, but I doubt we're picking up garbage. I doubt that we're providing all of the services. And, you know, I don't care what anybody says. Not only are pay raises important because people work for money. That's it. All of these people out here aren't here for fun and giggles. They're here for their career and end result, they're providing for their family. And you know what? If they can't do that here, they're going to go elsewhere. And the other thing, too, is with this constant beratement of staff, that is not the way to create an environment where people want to stay. It just isn't working. So, you know, you can show or slant whatever you're saying. I can tell you what a lot of this chart says. A lot of this chart said that the previous council was taking their retired debt and shifting it over, and that's why you see a lot of this. I don't propose, and I told staff that I will not do any backdoor increases. We're talking about going out for a bond. I mean, that is something that we need to do after the T-Splost, and I have absolutely no qualms about going to the public for a bond issue because they decide themselves whether or not they want to support that. But when we sit here, you know, it's one thing. Let me just say this. It's normal for all of us to look at a budget and disagree. It's normal. There are just things that from your perspective, you want to see something. From my perspective, I want to see something different. Those are all discussions that we should be having. But to imply that there was some kind of wrongdoing in this, I've got an issue with it. And also, this city is not going to stop because certain members of council think they're going to be in charge after the next election. Isn't going to happen. My job as the mayor of this city is to keep the city moving forward and doing what is right for the citizens of Roswell. And that's what I'm here to do. And don't you dare tell me that's not what I'm doing. Additional comments from council. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, so just for the record, all my ads are paid by delete or subtract. So it's in balance. I didn't add anything like I was insinuating recently that I will massive increase in taxes. That is another drama thing. But what I propose is to all my ads are backup for deletes. So I'm not adding anything more taxes in here. So that is for the record and make it clear because sometimes there's distortion on words. So what is not normal is to compromise on the budget, discuss on the budget, have different ideas, different points. That is very normal. This happens on all levels of life. What is not normal and should not be normal is the lack of willingness to compromise and include others, elected officials' ideas, priorities, etc. That is what is not normal here. So having discussion and disagreement, yes. No including or disregarding proposals from all council members, that is what is not normal. So just want to clarify this point from my perspective. So again, we're asking, to reshift a little bit of some expenses and allocate it to other maintenance or one-time capital. So that is what we are suggesting here, and all my R&D leads are all in balance, and the finance department can assure that I didn't add any taxes in here at all. It's just shifting priorities, and it's always the right time to do the right thing.
And I would like to say, once again, there's a mischaracterization here that is just flippant. And that is that no one is willing to look and discuss this budget. I haven't heard anyone say tonight that they're not willing to look at and discuss the budget. Now, I will say, I worked on this budget. I like this budget. This came from me. So, of course, I like this budget. You don't have to like it. You can propose changes. But I haven't heard one single person here say that they're not willing to discuss or look at modifications to this budget. So please don't mischaracterize this in that way. But what has happened tonight is we've got two council members that have been extremely adversarial, which gets other council members and the mayor up in arms, because there's no reason to be adversarial. There's no reason to be telling other elected officials that they're doing something wrong, that this was all by design, and using inflammatory language. This government is, going out of control. I mean, I know all the buzzwords. Why don't we have a conversation about the budget without pandering to the press? What, can we do that? That would be my challenge. Can we do that? Because nobody is doing anything wrong here. We've got a very professional staff that is trying to do what's right. I'm trying to do what's right. And I would say every person up here is doing or trying to do what they think is right. So, that's all what I'm asking is, let's just bring it down a few notches and discuss this realistically. Councilmember Wilsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Well said, and I appreciate being able to talk about this realistically. As I said earlier to Councilmember Palermo, I mean, there are many items on this list that I would love to be able to fund. I think my concern right now with what I'm seeing is increasing operating expenses by taking away money from operating expenses that we can't cut permanently. I mean, it's just not sustainable. So, I mean, those items that are being cut, the salary increases, city administrator expense, travel expenses, education and supplies, I mean, those funds have got to come back, even if you do cut them. And we've done a lot of work to catch up with our employee compensation, and I think it's a mistake to take a step backwards right now. So I think, that's my problem. I think there's some good things here, but I think we have to have a plan to make that operating number be where it should going forward. I'm not sure what that is, but I'd be happy to hear Councilmember Zapata's and ideas on that. And as far as the UDC, since 2014 and the current UDC was born, it's been an issue and a very divisive document in the city, and a lot of revisions have been made. We are looking at some in committee last week where things just don't line up, and they're very confusing, and no one really knows, what to expect. You can find one thing here and one thing there. Since we're going through the new comprehensive plan this year, I think it's a perfect opportunity to take a look back at the UDC and have two documents that can help take the city forward. So that's kind of where I am with this. Happy to have some further discussion on individual items, and look forward to the second reading.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on some of the thought process behind the salary increase. So last year, we passed, I believe, and Ryan, correct me, it was $1 million of bonus money, so that was roughly 4 to 5%. If 643 is 3%, just ballpark. And we also brought everybody up to the new compensation study, the way the wages and budgeted for that. So part of this thought process was this is a recovery year, and a lot of corporate America that I'm familiar with are foregoing increases, standard increases, cost of living. Inflation has historically been low. Interest rates are 0–1%. And this would be an opportunity where we could take these funds where our employees have been made whole, so to speak, and reallocate those funds. So I just wanted to let everybody know what some of the thought process was there.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thanks. Councilmember Hall, I appreciate your comments. I would just like to add a couple of thoughts to that for you to think about. 75% of our employees are hourly, and in that hourly place is where significant wage inflation is going on. So while people may, in the public sector, have taken out their annual salary increase, it's disappearing in wage inflation. You can talk to a lot of our restaurant owners as an example. They can't get help, and they're having to increase salary or hourly rates by a lot. So same thing's happening with CDL drivers and that sort of thing. And so I think it's something that we really need to think about and talk through because you know, it's out there, and it's out there with the 75% that we have hourly. So just wanted to add that to the thought process.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Before I make a comment, actually, I have a request for Ryan and Harpreet. Can you pull up, please, the annual impacts of the comp study? So basically, from when it was implemented, what was that increase, all the way up to FY23, which is, I believe, when it's in full effect. And while you do that, I do want to clarify and comment on a comment basically I heard. So I heard about the UDC has been such a controversial document. Well, again, the UDC is just a zoning code. What's been controversial is the density increases and the changes of the character of the areas, things that we as a council have the ability to change, and it's things that we have been changing and improving. And when a council member said that in the last 3 years or whatever it was that I had turned down or not supported the approval of a $500 million in investment, that those are the properties that had an overwhelming amount of multifamily. And because when I look at something, I don't just look at the fact that, oh, this large apartment building has a lot of increased taxes to the city. I also look at what are the other sides of the impact. There's additional expenses that require more maintenance, more road improvements that we need to actually invest in and maintain, more park maintenance, as well as the fact, of course, really protecting the character of our community. So to purely just look at justifying all of those apartment approvals the last few years to say that I turned down investment, I feel that's very it's very antagonistic and frankly not productive. But thank you for pulling this up. So this is where it shows. So for the general fund, this is not what I'm looking for. Is basically what was the increase in FY21, which was the first year it was increased. What's the increase then in FY22, and then basically what's the total amount that was an increase compared to before having it for FY23? Is that what's here?
So the chart that you see on this page reflects the total increase after full implementation.
Oh, okay. So so the total implementation. So therefore, it is. Am I reading it correctly that it's 3.5 million? Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, in the general fund, the full cost is about 3.5 million.
Okay, so and let's see, let's even just talk about just the general fund. Obviously, it's almost 4.4 million if we look at that. So basically, we had last year in the fall, I believe it was, we had a $1.5 million one-time bonus, and then we've approved 3.5 million additional, which is averaged out to 7% citywide, which is certainly much larger from a corporate standpoint. There are certain departments where I think it was very necessary, certain roles. I think solid waste collectors was mentioned, public safety, of course, there were many, but ultimately we did it across the board. And now, in addition to $3.5 million per year, which is being implemented this year and next year, so there'll be raises each year, we're talking an additional $643,000. So to say a cut for $643,000 shows a lack of appreciation or compensation to salaries is again, I think, purposely trying to just be divisive on it. It's a disagreement on priorities. I think there's a lot to be happy and a lot to be proud about for here. Again, I disagree with the way that it was rolled out, but nonetheless, to add $643,000 on top of this is just where I think there's opportunities for maintaining our parks. Our parks need maintenance, and obviously, I'd love to give an additional 3% on top of this average 7%. But at the same time, look at our operating budget, look at the need for maintenance, and again, just certainly let's focus on the budget instead of individuals. I'm opposed to a tax increase, and I also have issue that I think we have a problem, and I think we need to be addressing our operating operating expenses. And as I mentioned last year as well, I really just feel that this council should have looked at a zero-based budget and looked a little more directly at all aspects going into the budget. And again, a reminder for council, because again, last year, which was new, there was not the individual add-delete vote. As a councilman brought up, I had a family emergency where I missed the actual vote on the first budget. I was at the meeting, but not that vote. I was there to vote on the second reading, which is what actually passes the budget. And again, historically, there'd always been the votes on adds and deletes. Some adds and deletes would pass, some would not. But again, what we saw last year was half of council just supporting as is the mayor's budget. It looks like this year, based on tonight's discussion, it's going to be half the council supporting the mayor's budget as is. And I'm convinced that working together, that we have the opportunity to really improve the budget compared to how it was proposed.
Additional comments from council? Councilmember Tizer.
Yeah, I'm more than willing to work together, and as you can see from the submission, that so far hadn't happened. So I'm available pretty much anytime, any day, anytime you want to sit down and go over these items, you just call me, and I'm more than happy to discuss them all with you. I'm just amazed that you keep bringing up last year, which was a complete economic disaster that we hadn't seen in 100 years in our country, and that's why your budget was handled differently. And it was handled with quarterly reviews, and a lot of the things were added back in as it became clear where our revenue was going to be. I personally think that the mayor and staff did a tremendous job last year balancing and managing our budget and our expenses through the most challenging year I think any of us have ever seen. And we've come out of it in pretty good shape, considering the shape we're in. And I just want to tell you that last year was a different year, and that's why last year was different. But anytime you want to sit down, you just ring up my phone and I'll drop what I'm doing and come talk to you.
Additional comments from council? Councilmember Judy.
Real quick, again, words in my mouth, I don't support the mayor's budget as is. I think there's some changes that can be done. I actually think there's a lot of ads can be done, but you got to find money to do that. So, question for Mr. Luckett, at any point in time, should we approve the budget, can any council member bring a budget amendment to a council meeting?
Yes.
So at any point in time, we can change the budget.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, it would be great to have a conversation with my colleagues about these self-explanatory items that we are proposing to add and delete. Any minute will be great, but, you know, they are sort of self-explanatory. They're not some kind of weird formula here that we need to discuss or understand. It's pretty much easy to understand. It's just a matter of, do you believe on this or you don't believe on that? So, but yeah, we can continue the discussion between us, but you know, the discussion will be whenever we have to do the second reading of the budget. That will be the discussion and see who is willing to compromise, who is willing to bring others' ideas together, or who will just my way of the highway on the budget. So on the second reading will be the real telling story. Everything in between might be just nice words, voting, and then on the second reading, with or without taking in consideration add and delete is what is going to tell the real story. So everything else might be just words. And again, I'd be happy to explain anybody here all these lines that I'm proposing to add and delete. If there's any doubt, any question, or lack of understanding the meaning of these lines, I'll be happy to discuss and clarify this anytime. So, you know, my phone is open. You know, if I cannot pick up the phone, you leave me a message, I call you back. But you can call me any minute if you need any clarification of all these add and deletes that me and two other council members put together. And surprisingly, it was only 3 council members, but anyway, so, but again, my phone is open to discuss this before the second reading, but on the second reading is where we're going to see the true story of willingness to incorporate others, elected officials' priorities into the 2022 budget.
Additional comments from council? I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilmember Zapata, but you just basically challenged some of us to do it your way or the highway, that you will explain why your way is right. What I would like to do, I'll be perfectly honest. Nobody came to me and said, what were you thinking with this? I mean, what was your thought process? Can I learn from this? Can I have a conversation with staff about this? Nobody came to me. I won't speak for anybody else on council, but when there is not an openness for discussion and learning through this process, it tells me that what you just said, it's my way or the highway. So, like I said, let's just bring it down a few notches and try to work this out together. I don't know why nobody contacted me. I don't know why no one asked me any questions. I don't know why council members weren't asking staff questions. So that's just, that's just what it is, but I would encourage everybody to work together. Additional comments from council? No additional comments? There's nobody in the public? Well, there is, but your staff. So do I have a motion to pass the first reading?
Motion to pass the first reading and is this.
Is that a second? I'll wait till I get a second and then I'll.
Councilmember Wilsey is the liaison. It should be her motion.
Excuse me, you're talking out of order, Councilmember Palermo. I did not recognize you. We've got a motion by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second?
Could you repeat the motion, Councilmember Judy?
Motion to pass as is. We'll change it in second reading.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. Clarifying questions? No clarifying questions? All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Judy, Wilsey, Tizer, and Hall. All those opposed? Palermo and Zapata. First reading carries. So let's move on. You're up again, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 6, I believe it's number 6. There was, is it 6?
6.
Thank you. Approval of CU 20211-518-720 Grimes Bridge Road, the Cottage School, removal and revision of prior conditions. Applicant requested a deferral to the June 14th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting.
Yes, so the applicant requested a deferral to June 14th, 2021, due to the fact that they're working to close on the house at 710 Grimes Bridge Road, and that is to happen on May 25th. So the applicant has requested deferral.
And since there is no one here in the public to speak, does council have any questions? Like I said, there's no one from the public that would like to speak about this, so do I have a motion?
Motion to defer item number 6.
Motion to defer by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Tizer and Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Item number, we're going to skip over 7 since we did that. This is item number 8, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to section 12.7.5.b as in boy, .4, flood damage protection, structures and buildings within the future conditions floodplain, manufactured homes. This is the first reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 12, Section 12.7, flood damage prevention, Section 12.7.5, flood damage reduction. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 12, Section 12.7, flood damage prevention, Section 12.7.5, flood damage reduction, letter B, number 4, manufactured homes of the Unified Development Code, UDC, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the first reading.
Good evening. This revision to the UDC, the section 12.7 of the Flood Damage Protection Code is to revise the ordinance so that manufactured homes are no longer allowed in the future conditions floodplain to be elevated and supported by reinforced piers. Do you have any questions?
Council have any questions? Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. Motion to approve item number 8.
Motion by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously.
Item number 9, approval of the initiation of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code to section 12.2 stream buffers, section 12.2.3 land development.
Great, thank you. Good evening. This is a text amendment to the UDC section 12.2.3, the buffer ordinance, and the section is the land development requirements. On April 28th, we brought this item to committee, and we wanted to give you some clarifying information, both on the applicability, the public hearing process, and on the variance applicability, and then some additional suggestions that you may want to consider for revising this to address some of the questions that came up last week. The ordinance applies to all land development activity on property containing a stream protection area. It is effective for all properties after its effective date, which was December 20th, or December 2020, and it applies to new subdivisions and plating activity. And the ordinance restricts any land development within a buffer or any impervious area within a setback unless a variance is granted. The applications which go to a public hearing at this time are rezonings, conditional use permits, concurrent variances, subdivisions, and anything that goes to design review board, historic review, or the variance, the non-administrative variance process. So many of the applications already go to a public review. And so the applications which do not are these two categories: the non-residential outside the historic district that is smaller than, or that is a new building or addition, or improvements to areas less than 5,000 square feet, and residential properties. So the ones that don't go to the public process are just those two. This is the ordinance as we presented it to you all last week. And again, the reason that we would like to do this is because we feel like to have an administrative process for this variance will be more timely for our residents so that they could get their projects approved, and it will still be protective for the environment. So at the committee, we heard a desire to revise the applicability of the administrative variances. And we would like to suggest that these limitations maybe address the questions that came up the other day, so that the administrative variance would only be for residential properties for decks, patios, pools, retaining walls, and building additions. We have two options to consider for our recommended motions. Option number one is to approve the initiation of the text as written. Option number two is to approve the initiation of the text with the addition of limiting the approval by the engineering director to the residential projects as listed on the previous slide. I'd be happy to take comments and questions.
Council have any questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So I certainly do support making it an easier process for homeowners that want to put in a pool or a deck. So that I think certainly makes sense. And actually, I guess, and a patio as well. Retaining wall, I think it would depend on the height. That's where my concern would be. I'm concerned too tall of retaining wall could be controversial. And then most importantly, actually, my biggest concern on why I had concerns originally with it is additions. So additions I see as very risky in the sense that residents, I think, would want to make sure that is a full, transparent process. Because again, two examples. One of them, 1223 Canton Street, not sure if you'd consider that residential, but I believe it's all residential because I believe it's all multifamily, in which case, because it's one single parcel, could they put on a large addition even though it's already considered large? That's a risk. But even number two is, I think you're familiar with House Way or near House Way. There was an addition being added, or perhaps it was a separate building, but extremely large. Our code allows an addition or a new or a accessory structure to potentially be as large or larger than houses, and so that's where my concern is around additions. I know the Houseway example. It's not a stream variance request, but just again, I want to think about what would those projects be like if there was a stream issue. And again, for that, I think there certainly should be a public process.
Additional comments? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. As far as retaining walls, is there something in the code right now that limits the height? Or if we were to put a height requirement, like anything over 4 feet or 6 feet, what would be a typical number that?
Residential properties do not, can I see that section 10? Residential properties are, thank you. New or replaced retaining walls for all non-single-family residential applications must meet the requirements. So residential properties do, individual, like on an individual's home, they do not have to meet the requirements of section 10.5 as far as a public hearing. They do have to meet, of course, all the engineering requirements for the building permit and the land disturbance permit.
So right now, any residential can do any size retaining wall as long as it's engineered properly?
Right.
Without having any
irrespective
approval?
of the buffer variance, which is, yes, that's right. It doesn't apply to individual residential properties. Now, a residential subdivision, it would, but that's a different category.
So by putting it doesn't make any sense to put a height limit on a retaining wall in this sense for this ordinance?
I don't believe that the height of the retaining wall would add anything to the buffer variance ordinance. I think they're separate issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Can you remind me for the non-residential properties or large developments, what is the height where they don't need a hearing? Is it 8 feet or 6 feet?
I think it's 6 feet. Anything greater than, let's see. Retaining walls greater than 6 feet in height shall be screened. Where's the 8 feet? All retaining walls greater than 8 feet shall be designed. Okay. All proposed retaining walls or greater than 8 feet will be subject to, greater than 6 feet, excuse me, will be subject to review by mayor and council.
So, I lean towards thinking that this should have the option where I think if it's a retaining wall less than whatever amount of feet you just said, the 6 feet, then certainly it should void this. But when we're getting higher, I think that is creating the risk of more of an impact where residents would have expected and really wanted more of a public process. So I lean towards thinking it should be a retaining wall that's 6 feet or less. Because again, hypothetically, you could have 10, 20, 30, and that's a concern that I have. And then again, the additions one I had. So I'd certainly support it with option 2 modified to just mention a height limit and then removing additions.
I have a question. So if, and we had this come up not too long ago. So if I'm a homeowner and I've got an existing 10, 12-foot tall retaining wall between my driveway and my neighbor's house, can I replace that? Or are there new engineering requirements there, or would that have to come to council because it's over 6 feet?
That does not have to come to council. It would have to, there's engineering requirements, and it would need a land disturbance permit, and it would need a building permit, would need an engineered design for that size of a wall. But because it's a single-family home, the UDC does not require those to go to council.
Okay, thank you. Additional, yes, Councilmember Palermo?
I think the mayor brought up a good point, though. If it's in the stream buffer, and let's just say they already have it, it's existing 10 feet, they want to replace it, I feel that should be an exception where that should be an administrative process as well, in the sense that instead of having to go to the DRB. BZA, sorry, BZA. Meaning, in other words, if we excluded, like today, if you're replacing a 10-foot retaining wall and it's in a stream buffer, do you need to go to the BZA, or is that something that's handled by staff? Because we don't want to make it more complicated for a homeowner just to replace an existing
For an
retaining wall.
existing retaining wall, we would let them replace an existing
Perfect.
retaining wall. That's a special case because it's usually, I mean, it's retaining dirt.
Yep.
And so to say you can't replace it because of the ordinance, I don't think that's the intent
Exactly.
of the
Perfect. Thank you.
ordinance. And
Additional comments, questions from council? Do we have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to make a motion for item number 9. I'd like to modify option 2, motion to approve with the exceptions to be left in that are decks, patios, pools, retaining walls, and to exclude building additions.
Got a motion by Councilmember Hall. Is there a second? Clarifying or?
Both. I'd like to second, but the retaining walls, is that including above 6 feet?
I'd like to include the 6 feet, the retaining walls of 6 feet and lower.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Zapata, Hall, Wilsey, and Palermo. All those opposed? Tizer and Judy. The motion carries. Next to Public Safety, Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 10, approval of a resolution to submit a 2021 Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation grant for a fire safety education fire extinguisher simulator in the amount of $25,163, as long as we get some free hook and ladders.
Good evening. This is simple. I'm just asking permission to submit for a grant for Firehouse Subs, $25,163. There's no match, so if we're awarded it, we wouldn't have any responsibility for that. And it's due, the application is due Wednesday.
And you had to sit here all night.
Somebody has to pay the penance, you know. Might as well.
Any
Jeff's
questions
still
or
here.
comments from council? Yeah, he's hanging in there too. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item number 10.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 11, approval of a resolution to submit an application for an American Rescue Plan Humanities Organization grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities, NEH, in the amount of $92,000.
Ready for me? Thank you,
Yes.
Mayor and Council. I'm not going to bring my PowerPoint presentation up unless there's some questions. This is coming in advance of a committee meeting because of the deadline associated with the grant. I want to thank Becky Hawkins and Corinne Sutherland, who worked on the application and getting this up with Charles in our grant office in the last couple of days to process this and then get it before you. This does request a grant for $92,000 for our Roswell Roots program in February of next year. It is a non-match requirement for the grant, and so it is just the application. The details are in the staff report, but it includes some live stream and tech support, cultural series, and enhancements to that, some living history and associated with our historic assets, and some additional staff support. for the Roots Festival, should we be successful. And this is just one of the outcomes of the positive elements that COVID-19 gave us and just seeing the benefits of live streaming those events, and that's an element that we'd like to continue moving forward along with the other additions. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Council have any questions? I don't see any hands up, so do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to
Item number
approve
11.
by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tyser. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. And I would like to point out, Mr. Leatherman, that you've got a comrade back there that wasn't going to leave you in here alone.
We made it before tomorrow, I'm just saying. Thank you all.
And we've got a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate. Do I have a motion for closure?
Motion to go to closure.
Motion by Councilmember Tyser. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Tyser, Zapata, Wilsey, Palermo, and Judy. All those opposed? Oh, it's unanimous. We are adjourned.